in a trauma-informed environment serve two major educational roles. The first one, it helps them to learn, and the second one, it helps them to feel good. And both of that would be one of our goals. So one of the things that we're going to look at quite a bit today is that children that are in a trauma state, in a state of hyper or hypovigilance, cannot learn. They cannot concentrate. They cannot hear. No, it's very hard to learn when most of your functioning comes from the subcortical area of your brain. And the other one is if the environment cater for the needs of traumatized children and their special things that they need to feel safe, then they're going to feel good more. So back to my children's home child, we went to the school and also spoke to the teacher because the child also got a lot of detention there. One of the things that happen is that when these traumatized children feel threatened now, when they don't feel safe, whatever the trauma trigger is, they go in a state of fight, flight, or freeze. There are others as well, but let's stay with fight, flight, and freeze. And this child goes into a fighting mode. So if a brain tells her that she's in danger, she starts kicking and biting and screaming and do things, and then she gets detention. But now we've involved the teachers in a way to just look differently at her behavior and why she does what she does, and to help her with co-regulation. That's something else that we're going to talk quite a bit about today that I think becomes more and more prevalent, is that these kids need us as adults to co-regulate. They, in the same way that a baby needs co-regulation, they need that because they didn't have that when they were a baby, and because of that, they developed insecure and disorganized attachments. Since that, we have in this school, thank goodness, have spoke to the teacher and they have changed their approach to the child. She has not once been in trouble since then. She hasn't had detention. Her general mood is much better. And to add on to that, she told me in the session, you know what, Auntie Rinda, there was a child who kicked me and I was angry and I wanted to fight back. And then I realized that's going to bring me trouble. And I rather went to the teacher and tell her. So there we have the executive function of the brain. Now the cortical area of the brain switched on. Computer of the brain switched on. Okay, so this is my default when there's a fight or when I'm in danger, is to fight back. Now, without having a thought of what the consequences might be. But that's not the best way. And I mean, that's amazing. And I talked to her and I said, sure, I'm so proud of you. And what did the teacher do? And the whole negative ripple effect that we had with that child, to a point that she wanted to kill herself, has now changed, fortunately, because we have the team on board, the school and the children's home. Okay, so creating safe environments and a felt sense of safety needs to be a primary goal of education, and whatever system you work in. If you don't work in a school system, whether you work in a community or at a hospital, wherever you work, now in a setup for children with alcohol and drug abuse, that's the same goal. Now the goal need to be that. Now, what does this concept or the word a felt sense of safety mean? That's literally now felt. So how you feel in your body. Now, how does this feel in your body? So it doesn't help if we say that this school environment or this institution is safe because there are burglar bars, there's an alarm system, the children get food, they get what they need. It must feel safe. And again, because we often work with children that are quite prone to being triggered. Now, what often happens is that for a non-traumatized person, that same environment might not be triggering. It might feel safe, but one or two things in that environment, and sometimes very subtle triggers, might contribute to the fact that the child doesn't experience a felt sense of safety. Okay, it's easier to change the environment than to change the brain, although we know, and we will talk today about neuroplasticity, You know, like the example that I've just given of the children's home child. Now, when the school environment changed, the other thing that I implemented there or asked the teacher is that because the child is so distractible and because she frequently lose and forget her stuff, the teacher need to check in at the end of the school day with the child. Does she have all that stuff? So she cannot do that herself. She struggles with executive functioning. She needs help and structure in this regard. When she's a bit older, we can make her a little, you know, like map of, okay, ticking off what are all the things that I need to take home before I go. You know, do I have my pencils? Do I have my blazer? Do I have my shoes? Do I have whatever else she can forget at school? Now, my sport clothes and so forth. But it is easier, although we often get a lot of resistance from the environment. So we're also going to talk about that later. So current evidence is very strong that trauma-informed environments where healing and growth can take place are a necessary precursor to any formal therapy that might be offered to a child. Now, that's also true, and that is one of the reasons why I developed this workshop and why I'm so glad that you are all here today, is because although we offer therapy to a child, and although some children have more access to therapy, some children don't have access to that because they either just can't afford it or, you know, like for several reasons. Now, but the big thing is that changing the environment so that a child is most of the hours of the day feeling safe and the environment catered for their needs has, I almost want to say, because it has a bigger or an add-on big influence on getting the kids healed. In terms of children with attachment problems, for example, the general recommendation is that these kids, if you, for example, have a child with any type of attachment disorder or an insecure, disorganized attachment, and the child is either put in foster care or somewhere else, and even if the child gets therapy, they say that those kids need about at least 20 plus hours a week of active working in terms of the attachment with the attachment figure in order to change their structure in the brain to what is called earned secure attachment. So earned secure attachment is when a child or an adult did not develop secure attachment as a child, but because of therapy and a lot of input, now all the healing inputs, that changed, it changed. Now the internal objects and the way they look at attachment figures changed because of constant high-level inputs with a different experience as what created the disorganized attachment in the first place. So it's hard work. That's what I'm trying to say. Now, it's not taking care of these kids is not just providing them with space and shelter and food. It's really something that need to be on our mind all the time that we work with these kids. Now, these two quotes come from a report that was compiled in England, where they looked at different ways in which traumatized children are punished in the school environment, and specifically that how often these kids are expelled or they are isolated. Now, so they are putting in as one or other timeout situation where the trauma-related symptoms escalated. So I'm just going to read it. Now, one of the things I found is a child with depression may lack motivation to engage in school. We know that. May be irritable and challenging in a way that they haven't been before. And again, I have in my clinical practice seen children who have experienced a fixed term or even permanent exclusions as a result of a severe depressive episode. But the school didn't see where their behavior was coming from. And likewise, a child who's anxious may become very angry and tantrum, even depending on their age, if they are pushed to do something that increases their anxiety. What the teachers see is behavior, but it's coming from an emotional difficulty. So the shocking thing that they found in that research was that exclusions. Now that they still found, now when I started my career more than 30 years back at a place of safety, children was as part of punishment, children were still locked up in a room if they had unacceptable behavior. Very often. Yeah, no, I was young and I was naive, and I just stopped my, like just completed my studies. And although it was always against my spirit to see that, that was what has been done. And I think the thing of how often this can escalate a child's behavior in the wrong direction. So it's not at all a situation of this child is in hyper or hypervigilance, and you isolate them. And now, as I think about I almost want to say sins there where they are isolated so that they come out and behave better. We know so much better now. Okay, so the other ones say children's behavior is a manifestation of their internal world, and we're seeing it in an increasing numbers. So what is the implication of that if we say that? The implication of that is that if children's behavior is a manifestation of the internal world and we see something in the external world, then we need to know that the same chaos and anger and harsh, behavior and perfectionism and whatever the trauma symptoms is living inside of them too. And today, when we're going to talk about the psychic effect of trauma on a child, we're really going to talk about that, because in terms of therapy, often when children build stories in the sandbox or they make drawings, but I see that especially in the sand tray work, like the sand tray is very flooded. We're going to talk about that later this week. Actually, we're going to talk about how to look for signs of ego strength in children, how to see that. But you see a total sense of destruction in the sand tray. A child might build something and then bring something like an aeroplane or something that come and bump into everything, and everything is destroyed. And the end of the session, there's just a heap of destruction and things that are destroyed that are left over there. Now, that same destruction that we see in the outside world, therefore, in terms of the sand tray world, we can see as inside. So and I think that's something that we as therapists might know now. So, okay, if it's so chaotic on the outside world, it's also so chaotic in the inside world. If a child is feeling to this extent threatened in the outside world, there's also an internal threat now. There's also a threat inside. There's also a harsh persecutor inside. And what does that do to a child? So we're going to talk about this. All right. Now, if we have to define trauma, there's a wealth of definitions of trauma, and you can formulate your own definition. But what I want to say here is that any situation that a child is exposed to, witness, or have secondary exposure to, where his or her physical or emotional well-being or someone else's is under serious threat, someone dies, or the child or someone else is exposed to physical or emotional life-threatening situations. Now, what I specifically want to emphasize here is that trauma is not just when you are in physical life danger. Trauma is also when it's not just when your physical well-being is threat, but also your emotional well-being. It's not just when you are in a physical life-threatening. So what is emotional life-threatening? Well, that is, for example, our kids that are exposed to chronic multiple trauma, or it's also called type 2 trauma. Now, so your kids that come from such a dysfunctional environment that there's just never safety, that there's just never order. It's always chaotic. It's always unpredictable. It's always, like harsh. You just never know what's going to happen next. And this especially in terms of the brain development, the newest research now, and I think we know it, but just to take note of it again, is that from conception, but definitely in the second trimester, a fetus can already feel, take over, if I can say so, whatever the mother is exposed to. Now, and not just physically in terms of the stress hormones of the mother that go straight to the baby, but also the even if when the mother have emotional hardships or stuff that she has to go through, the child can pick up on that psychologically. Now, or if the mother don't want to have the baby or is considering an abortion or stuff like that. So definitely these type of things, the fetus can pick up on safety and non-safety from almost the start, but definitely from the second trimester. And obviously, if a baby then is born and there was a lot of emotional or physical instability and threat, then already it will definitely influence the brain and brain development of that fetus. Okay, so here you can just see types of trauma. So type 1, a single unanticipated event, and type 2, chronic multiple trauma, normally abuse and neglect. So, yeah, I think we are more going to focus in this few days on the type 2 trauma. Type 1 trauma, if a child have a secure attachment system and the family is functioning good enough before the trauma strike, normally, that's a different situation where kids, like they don't have that brain damage of children that were exposed to trauma from young. They have a stronger sense of self and they have better support. Now, so they still often need therapy, but it's not the same now as kids. They might also show symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder. They might also need medical treatment and therapy, but the extent of wounding and damage is not so severe as in type 2 trauma. Okay, so like I said earlier, it's not just what happened to a child, but also what the child did not get, that what the child needed and didn't get. And this can get quite complex because each child needs something different. For example, often when I work with parents that have a child, or maybe parents are divorced and they're remarried and they have a child and the child start manifesting with behavioral or emotional problems, that parents come in and they, if the parents are interested in the child and they're not dysfunctionally and abusing the child, they want to understand why is a child showing certain behavior. So definitely part of my work in assessment with my sessions is to try to form a picture, a hypothesis of what is going on here? What's happening? Why does the child need to do this? What is the child experiencing? Now, in the work that I do with kids in terms of play therapy, in terms of drawings and Sandra and other right brain projective techniques, you can often see children projecting stuff there that helps us to understand why they have specific behavior. But I'm thinking of a recent case, and it's quite frequently that where the parents said that this child was a high maintenance baby. Now, the child was in terms of temperament, there's distinguished between easy, difficult, and slow to warm up babies, now, according to research. Now, 1 out of 10 babies is considered difficult, and what that means is that would be your baby that either had colic or was very difficult to soothe and settle down. You couldn't get the baby in a routine. When you go to a holiday, all hell break loose because the child is in an unfamiliar environment. That type of, like mom can never put the baby down because, the baby need to be in her arms. If she soothes the baby and the baby fall asleep and she put the baby down, then the baby is awake and everything starts all over. And this, if this is parents' first child, you often get where they would tell you, if they're honest, they thought like, we can't have another child because this is really hard. Sometimes it's not their first child and it's like, it's like a shock. And they would say, if they have more than one child, they would say, well, if they compare the two children, then I can really say that it was hard with this child. The child only slept through at age 5 and so forth. So when we want to find out what happened, or why is the things that happened in this home, why did it traumatize this child and a next child expose a sister, a brother, are not traumatized. Now, age plays an important role. Obviously, the older the child, specifically after the age of 3.5, after object constancy is formed. Because object constancy, the fact that I know my parent, I know my mother exists even if I don't see her, and I have an internalized positive mother inside. So I can start soothing myself and regulating myself better because the presence of my primary caregiver / mother, who it is constellated inside of my psyche. There's not just an empty big black hole there. So trauma that happens after that doesn't have such a severe damaging effect than trauma that happens before that. Okay, so when we try to sort out, we look at the child's type of wiring. And something that I want to emphasize here is some children are just born having high self / object needs. And what that means is they need a parent much more than other children. This will be the children that are highly traumatized if a new baby brother or sister is born. They will act out on that for a long time. For them, it's trauma. Now, it's for all kids, it's an adaptation, but it's not traumatic for all kids. And sometimes parents will come and they will say, but we have prepared the child that there will be a new baby brother or sister, and we've tried everything that we could do. But I mean, you can't really prepare a child for how it would be, for number one, and number two, like when it happens, some children just don't, then those children with the high self-object needs will be the one that in your practice that will say, I hate my baby brother and sister. I wish my two sisters were never born, that type of things. Now, when we go back to, it's not just what happened to a child, but what the child needed and didn't get. Something, for example, the child needed much more attention of the parents. The child had higher self-object needs. The child needed more regulation than average child. That can also then be what the child needs but didn't get. And that's not something that parents do on purpose. I mean, like, parents would not necessarily understand that. And we all that are parents have wounded our kids because it's impossible to always know what a little baby or child need. And you are a human being, and sometimes we are also tired and lose it and stuff like that. But it's just to take note of the fact that when we try to sort out in more in cases that's not so overt, okay, there has been sexual abuse and neglect and the child has been abandoned, or there has been ongoing domestic violence, stuff where it feels a bit harder, where the parents is good enough, they're very caring, but the child still shows trauma symptoms. If we try to sort out what is going on, we need to look specifically at high self-object needs and in what way that those needs were not satisfied. And then trauma have a domino effect. So often in type 2 trauma, I don't know if you've also seen that, but it sometimes feels like some families and children attract trauma, so if you look at the history of what all the things that has happened in a specific family that you're involved with, or in a specific child, lots of the kids, they don't grow up with their biological parents. The biological parent, I had a case last week in supervision where the child is growing up with a grandmother. The mother has a severe alcohol and drug addiction, but she comes and goes. Now, so she, in her drunken, drug state, she will come to the home where the grandmother look at the child and be there and then go again. Now, so the child is in and out, exposed to the instability of the mother, stuff like that. So one thing lead to another, and lead to another. And therefore often in terms of identifying trauma triggers that we will do, we're also going to look at the questionnaire of that, like also understand that the domino effect. So it's almost like a child have an abandonment sensitivity because a child has been adopted, for example. Now, all kids who has been adopted, even if they have the most wonderful adoptive parents, will somewhere in their psyche have a wound around abandonment, because if your biological parents don't raise you, it's at least a loss that you have to work through. So sometimes it's more severe, sometimes less severe, but there's a wound of abandonment. And now, at age 3 at the preschool, when the kids didn't want to play with this child, it triggers on that wound of abandonment. But it's not just what happens at the school, it's also because I'm adopted. So that's the domino effect. So it gets triggered, re-triggered, and gets bigger, bigger, and bigger. All right, factors influencing the effect of trauma. The severity of the event. So did someone die? I'm thinking a lot about that traumatic event that happened in George now. Although there are no children involved, I just tried to imagine how it must be on all the sides. If you have been a victim and worked in the building, or if you have to wait and see if your loved one is still alive. Yeah, so was it totally unexpected what happened, and what happened in the moment. The developmental level, like I've already said, the younger the child, especially under the age of 3.5, where the child have no proper ego formation. The ego only develop at about age 3.5, and the ego is the conscious part of the personality. So before ego formation, the child's unconscious is very much tied up with the unconscious of the mother still. So the child is still in a symbiotic relationship with the mother or the primary caregiver, and there's no container. So, like I always explain it like this in my therapy courses, that this is how the psyche looks. So it looks like a house. So here is the unconscious, the conscious, and the persona or the masks children wear, and normally at age 6, children are, like they know what emotions are allowed and not allowed. So they have fully adopted the cultural display rules of emotions, and they act towards that now. So they will hide their feelings more than a 2-year-old. Now, when a 2-year-old is sad, you know it. When a 2-year-old is happy, you know it. When a 2-year-old is angry, you know it. So think about 5 o'clock in the afternoon in Pick and Pay. I mean, like, you exactly know, you can see they're throwing temper tantrums. So everything is unconscious when the baby is born. The unconscious of the baby is tied up with the mother, and then this ego formation takes place from round about age 3.5, where the child start becoming more and more conscious of the fact that they are a separate person, but definitely they become aware of the fact that they have a separate will. As if you think about 18 months to 3, which is the phase, according to Erickson, of autonomy versus dependency. And when trauma strike, when there is an ego, the ego, this part, acts as a container of what's happening. There's some containment. But when trauma strike before this has happened, where the baby is, let's say here is the baby and here is the mother's unconscious, and it's very tied up. There's nothing that can contain the emotion, the horror, the feelings, the unsafety. No. And that is why young children need such a big amount of regulation, of co-regulation from a parent, because they don't have that conscious part that can contain and hold and soothe themselves, if I can say so. No. So then the other thing is that the traumatic event, the damage, will be stored very deeply into the unconscious here as unfinished business. And when we do therapy, it might take an enormous long time of non-directive child-centered work with young kids to get these unfinished things to move here. I'm thinking about a child that witnessed where her dad hit her younger brother to such an extent, the baby brother, she was 3, and the dad hit the baby brother and killed the baby brother. So the child presented with a lot of trauma symptoms, and she was selective mute, put into foster care, was very, very distrustful towards the foster dad because it was a male person that caused the trauma. But it took a long time in therapy. She didn't talk, nah, and before she started playing out scenes of violence. These things now that started to come to the fore as she grew older and started developing an ego. So the reason why it is more damaging is first because the child have not a developed ego or a container, and second that it's stored, the younger the child, the deeper in the subconscious. Then the genetic predisposition. So that is what I said earlier. Some children are just predisposed to, for example, to develop all kinds of anxiety disorders, sometimes even before there is trauma. The child already show symptoms of trauma. The child already show, when the child have to go to the preschool the first time, the child already show, separation anxiety, severe separation anxiety symptoms. If I'm correct, it is said in research that 10% of all people in the world, that would include children, will develop post-traumatic stress disorder when they're traumatized because of their wiring, because of the fact that the nerves around the limbic system in the brain are more easily triggered, and then there's more, I'm almost going to say anxiety triggered, or the anxiety trigger the limbic system, the implicit memories there, and create more anxiety. And I mean, we see that in families where one child develop PTSD and another one not. Often when we see symptoms of PTSD, often it's interesting to, in your work as a therapist, to also look at the fact that was there already anxiety symptoms or struggles with anxiety even before the traumatic incident, if it's a once-off incident, took place. And lots of times, I'm thinking about a child that she had an aunt that was for her like a grandmother, and the aunt came and visit them, and they watched Seven the Lawn together and eat together, and then the aunt went to bed, and the next morning when she and her mother brought breakfast for the aunt died during the night of a heart attack or something. And the trauma of that for that child, I mean, she couldn't for a long time, that avoidance of PTSD, she couldn't go into the room where the aunt died. The door had to be closed. She couldn't watch Seven the Lawn. But now all the other anxiety was triggered too. So she had anxiety before that. So now she was scared of burglars, and she had separation anxiety. So generalized anxiety and worries was all over the place. So yeah, often there has been a predisposition. So then the child's perception. So each child's perception is unique, and we the best place to hear that is when adult siblings talk about their childhood, and the one would say things that were very traumatic to them, and then the other one or two siblings don't know what that person is talking about now. Or dad was always angry and he was very harsh, and that was the child's perception, and the other just didn't experience it like that. Or mom was so preoccupied, she was never available for our needs, and the others didn't experience it like that. Right, trauma history. So obviously type 1 or type 2 trauma, how much things happened and at what age it happened. And very important, the quality of family functioning. So I have been involved in cases where severe trauma, for example, where a sibling died in a car accident, or but because the quality of the family functioning was good enough before, what you get is that it doesn't have that extreme severe effect on the child than you have where there was already chronic multiple trauma, instability, no holding environment, no room for the child to show any kind of anxiety or discomfort. The harshness. If I think about a child that's scared to go to bed in the evening now because of sometimes kids, like have watched something really anxiety provoking on TV, or there are these video games. I always learn about more scary characters that I've never learned about. But some kids that can just once see that, and then they, they have a full-blown anxiety reaction. I'm seeing a little girl. She's about 4 years old, and she showed signs of anxiety from very young. So when the second sister was born, she totally collapsed. She regresses severely. She was about 2.5, started with baby language again and also things like that. Came into therapy, and then we worked a lot and it became better. But then when the parents took her to this preschool for the first time, she couldn't manage that separation as well. So she again regressed, start baby language, start wetting her panties and stuff like that. And so, I mean, like, it's clear she has high self-object needs. It's clear that, there's something genetic there as well. And recently, when she was in my playroom, so the mother or father was with her there. I have one of my miniatures that I have in my Sandra miniatures is a ghost. And she saw that ghost and she immediately said, "Now this is ugly," and she put it away and she doesn't want to see it. And I mean, that's a clear sign of that anxiety. I can't see these things. So that type of child only have to be exposed to one of these bad characters, or like a movie that has some kind of anxiety provoking things in, and then they are traumatized for a long time afterwards. And then attachment history. So I think one of the biggest gifts that a child can ever get in their life is the opportunity to develop a secure attachment with a secure attachment figure. If you look at research, and even we're going to talk also about teenagers later and their typical trauma reactions that we see in teenagers. There are also some of you that work more with teenagers. You can go back. I'm currently involved in a case with a teenager that come from a very unstable, high conflict environment from very young, mom and dad that was always fighting and in front of the kids. Especially the mom had very poor emotional control, and she just, when she went into ranting and raving, she didn't care if the kids was there or not. And the child developed, my client, according to my hypothesis, developed a very angry type of attachment, an angry control type of attachment towards the mom. Now, that's not part of our attachment, like you get secure and insecure attachment, you get ambivalent, avoidant, and disorganized, but an angry control over the attachment figure. So that is the relationship that the child now have, that gave the child control when she was younger, and now that she's a teenager, that has developed in full-blown oppositional defiance in terms of, but I have no respect for my parent. I will not listen. I will not allow anyone to set boundaries or control me in any way. But where does it come from? Now, it comes from the early attachment history of, and it's very important to go back there and to see that lots of our children that are traumatized, and lots of our teenagers that have early, that show a lot of dysfunctional and difficult behavior, self-mutilation, drug abuse, alcohol abuse, sexual promiscuous behaviors and so forth. Now, don't go to school, and so lots of them, if you go back, you will find that inside of them there's not a secure attachment. So part of the work that we do in therapy is if we can just get them to change that internal objects in terms of forming a secure attachment as a therapist, that can help with the ripple effect of all the other behavior. So children who grow up with an early secure attachment figure, even if there was not a lot of money, even if it was very poor social situations, they just do better. And then the onset of intervention, so early intervention strategies, preventative strengthening of defenses and coping strategies. So by saying that, it doesn't mean that a child needs to receive immediate debriefing after trauma. Some kids need a little bit of space. If something happens at school, often counselors come in. Like there's that story in the news also now of that deputy principal of the school that was killed in a car accident, and how the counselors were bringing for the children. So I think it's a very good idea to do that, but it's also a good idea that children need to have a choice if they want to receive immediate rebriefing or not. But it's true that if there's no help available for a child after traumatic incidents, that and it's too hard to handle, the only way to handle that is to suppress it to the unconscious and manage it with rigid offenses. So we're going to talk more about offenses later today. All right, so in this training, we're going to focus on the effect of trauma on the brain and the body, and the effect of trauma on the psyche. And then the bigger part of what we are going to do is practical ways to support traumatized learners during their everyday struggle. So, we're going to work quite on that a lot. So we're going to look at the problem, and then we're going to look at different ways in which we can solve and help and change our strategies. And then we're also going to end up with ethical aspects when treating traumatized children that will add to your ethical CPD points. Okay, why a team approach? I think I've already explained that, but children need lots and lots of reparative experiences before their body, brain, and psyche become less hypervigilant. Obviously, we're talking about traumatized children here. So it's really important, so important that in a school setup, for example, everyone from the bus driver to the person who cooked the food in the kitchen, to the teacher, everyone must be part of the team. Everyone must understand what are we working with here. And actually, if you think about that, there need to be a selection process, I would say, for like who can work with these kids and who can't, in terms of everyone that works with them, because and I don't think that's happening, but I think it's very important. So lots of small moments of repair, from the moment where they wake up in the morning to the first person they have interaction with, to the staff in the kitchen, all the way to driving the bus or whatever to school, at school, after school, and who puts them in bed. So I was involved in a case where there were two sisters in a children's home, and they were like 8 and 6 years old. And the youngest sister was so scared at night that she would go and lie down on the floor next to our older sister's bed and sleep there on the floor. Which also, it broke my heart when I heard that, and I thought, how must it feel to be so desperate not to be alone when you go to bed, that you would rather sleep in an uncomfortable, hard, cold place rather than being alone. And often when I work with, even with foster parents, sometimes I recently had a case with foster parents that I had to put in a lot of energy to explain to them why kids who have been traumatized and had chronic multiple trauma so often struggle to sleep on their own. And my simplified version of the explanation is that to sleep is to be separated. And to be separated mean that you don't know if those people that you depend on for staying alive will be there tomorrow, especially if previously you have been abandoned and parents left you alone for long times at home. There was a newspaper article this week. Oh, my soul, it was actually too hard for me to read, but I think I don't remember the age of the child now, but the lady, the mother took the boy to her sister for the opportunity to go to school. The sister said she would put the boy into school. So he must have been school age. And then she never took the boy to school. She locked the boy up in a home alone every day when she go to work. And apart from that, the boy had harsh, signs of physical abuse and so forth, and he died, if I'm correct. So that's horrible. So yeah, I just think, the whole thing of why is it so difficult for these kids to sleep alone now is because they never knew when they wake up in the dysfunctional environments how things will be. Will they be alone? Will there be someone? I mean, it's horrifying to have that type of anxiety. Self-regulation is important for self-control and executive functioning. So when we talk a little bit about what children need to learn, and we're going to talk about that, because children go to school, initially the main reason is to learn and hopefully to develop the holistic being of the child. But if the child have poor self-regulation, which is so typical of these kids, that lead to poor self-control, which means the child is throwing desks and, when they get triggered, maybe want to stab someone else with a scissor and stuff, and then just no executive functioning. That is that children's home child that forgot all the stuff at school, or I'm currently working with a teenager who's homeschooling, and we suspect that because she has tutors, but she's doing it herself. And we just suspect that she's not working at all. And she doesn't want, for me, a obvious way of structuring your work, if you are responsible for it yourself, is to maybe make a timetable and to, write the days of the week or the term, and these are the work that I'm going to do every day type of thing. Now, a planning, a structure, a way of how I'm going to get through this. And she just don't do it. She that executive functioning and planning. Now, it's one thing then to understand, okay, the child's not able to do that because of a lot of things that go wrong, but she's also not allowing someone else to do that because now there's also opposition. Now, okay, so the team approach can provide kids with safe and reparative experiences so that their potential can be realized. And trauma is by nature very intrusive. I mean, it violates your boundaries over and over and over again. We can, and I'm not just talking about abuse and sexual abuse, but that too. Again, you will think I'm on the newspaper all the time, but yesterday there was in the newspaper a dad that was fined. He actually pleaded guilty that he gave his, I think, 2 children that was in his care corporal punishment. And we know that's against the law. But he did that to an extent that they had marks on them, and he pleaded guilty, and kind of that was his way to discipline them. But obviously it's not allowed, and he went too far. So teacher counselor intervention should not be intrusive. Now, we're going to talk about this a lot when we talk about the interventions, because sometimes when a traumatized child is triggered, they are not able, when they're in a stress episode, to discriminate between who's safe and who's not safe. So even your best effort to calm them down, or to, like provide a calming environment, or maybe put your hand on their shoulder or something like that, might be experienced as intrusive. And we don't always know beforehand. Now, we don't know all the kids that we work with, the specific history and all the little elements of things that happen to them that create the behavior. So sometimes it's a bit touch and go, but we rather need initially being more careful. Okay, and then why the team approach? Because it can only take one teacher, one counselor, one therapist, one substitute parent, one foster parent, one children's home caregiver to save a child's life. You will see when we go to the psychic effect of trauma on a child, the psychological, but especially what it does to the psyche, that often there is a negative mother constellated in the psyche of these kids that wants to organize, if I say organize, yeah, let's call it organize suicide for the child, that constellate a very strong death wish in the child. And I mean, lots of these kids I know, I'm sure you know, if you ask them, yesterday I asked my children's home child, when last did you think about your wish you can be dead or that you want to kill yourself? Oh, shame, she's in a good space now. She said, very, very long ago. But most of the children that I work with will tell me. Now, they will tell me, you know, I felt like that yesterday again. Or it's interesting. I don't know if you've picked it up too, but my teenager clients who are self-mutilating, you do get an app where you can track. I'm not sure if the app is specifically for self-mutilation, but lots of them have an app where they track how long ago did they do it. And sometimes I feel, I had a teenager now that she had an extreme episode of self-mutilation where she really cut herself very deep. And then there was intervention. She was removed and placed somewhere else. And for a long time, like months, I would say 6, 7 months, there was no self-mutilation. And then she had to go back to the environment where the trauma took place, because sometimes kids are forced to, you know, go and visit a parent or something like that. And she only had to spend, you know, it was only one evening. And just to be back in that environment, she started, not so severe, but she started cutting herself again. And when she came in my office, she said, you know what, I'm so disappointed in myself because it's such a long time that I didn't have to do that. But she actually is carrying a kit with her that with things in it, blades, cut glass and stuff, that if she need to do that, that she have access to that. And we've talked many times about the fact that she do that so that she can come out of numbness, because it gives an adrenaline rush, which is one of the big reasons. All right. We're still talking about a team approach. So young children coming from traumatic lives do not have ego strength or skills to deal with it. So often they have to borrow. They talk about the therapist or the parent or whoever acting as the auxiliary cortex for the child. In other words, the cortical area, we're going to do the brain now, but the cortical area of the brain is the area of the brain that that helps with emotional regulation, helps with impulse control, helps with executive functioning. And often, because they struggle so much to have access to that part of the brain because of early brain damage, the parent, the teacher, the caregiver have to act as an auxiliary, that they can borrow the cortex. In other words, if we can say it in a very simplified way, these children need co-regulation from an adult, a trusted adult in their life, often for a much longer time than other kids that grow up in a good enough environment. Traumatic stress reactivity is a disease. And why? Because of the domino effect, and because often these kids never really get an opportunity to go back to the pre-trauma phase, the pre-arousal state, let me say it like that. So there's a trigger, they get aroused, the body goes into fight, flight, or freeze, or whatever they need to cope in hyper or hyperarousal. And that is never released. It doesn't go back to normal. It stays like that because the environment is not safe. So it's triggered, re-triggered, re-triggered. And as it is re-triggered, all the systems in the body, the hormones, the stress hormones, the nerves, everything in the body now is influenced, the immune system, and so forth. Okay, so stress reactivity is the neurological and biological effect of stress on the child's body. Left untreated, it becomes chronic, intense, and habituated. And the more it becomes habituated, the more it becomes part of the child's personality also. Because remember, personality is not something that the child is born with. The child is born with temperament. Temperament, an inborn characteristic way of being, with a very strong biological and physiological, like way of being, like extrovert, introvert, people-oriented, task-oriented. But personality is what develops when environmental influences come with. So, the longer the child's exposed to this, the more the damage. Adults often address the child's stress behavior in a quite generic or traditional way. I've talked about that earlier, and we're going to talk about that continuously, that some adults just don't want to give up on their own perception of why children do what they do and what they need to handle that. Now, so, and that's very, very, very hard and actually kind of unacceptable, for a person like that, with that type of rigid personality structure, to work with traumatized children, because you can't have rigidity when you work with these kids, because each of them need a unique way of being. But what we get, and that's one thing that one of my students also told me, she said when she went to the class to fetch the child for therapy, the teacher said in front of all the kids, this child is very naughty, he does this, and that. And she has previously asked the teacher not to do that, but the teachers still do that. So it's almost like that focus just on symptoms. Now, this symptom that the child is showing, being it, being aggressive, being always dysregulated, being disturbing other kids in the classroom, or non-compliance, or be in a frozen state and don't do their work, please just take away the symptoms so that I can feel better. And obviously it does put a lot of strain on the caregivers. Let's not forget that now, because when, like you see in this drawing here, it's almost like when a child is constantly in a especially hyper-aroused state, the behavior of the child is also influencing everyone else in that child's environment. So when our reactions is to stop the child's disturbing trauma-related or trauma-normal behavior, that normally, at most cases, 98% of the cases, when you just focus on behavior as need to stop, that makes the stress reaction in children worse. That is the worst, most negative way we can handle these kids, is to do that. All right, now what does this do to us? And I'm sure, and I think it's also important, we are going to talk about self-care at the end of the week, but it is very important that we also teach the caregivers, which is also sometimes teachers, children's home caregivers, whoever now, to also take good care of themselves. Because there is something like secondary traumatization, a secondary trauma because of the constant trauma that the child, of the behavior that the child is showing. And I've many times worked in cases where the primary caregiver, which might also be the children's home mother, so that they also need mental health interventions, like sometimes antidepressants to manage their own anxiety. So I think self-care becomes 3 to 4 times as important than normal when an adult have to take care of a child in any way, if it is in school environment or at home or foster home or what. And I'm very much aware of the fact that, to have to be the only teacher and have 30 kids in your class, of which 20 plus kids shows trauma symptoms. It's almost an impossible task now. It's very hard. I recently worked in a case where it's a preschool in the countryside, and there's one teacher, I think, with about 30 kids in grade R, which I think is quite a high number. So they have a system in the class where if you you start with 5 stars on a Monday, so it's behavioral modification. Now, you start with 5 stars. If you do something wrong, whatever it is, hitting someone, talking in the class, so you lose a star. And every Friday, if you have kept all 5 your stars, then you get a certificate of good behavior. I don't know what's standing on the certificate, but every Friday. So the child client that came to me, oh, shame. She's a high extroverted child, and she is talking too much in the classroom. Most probably also doesn't have the self-control to realize, oh, my soul, I'm talking too much, I'm going to get into trouble, because she's still in grade R. But what happened now is she's losing stars, and by Wednesday, if she has, doesn't have her 5 stars anymore, she doesn't want to go to school, because she feels ashamed and humiliated on a Friday if she doesn't get a certificate. So I just said to the parents, I don't agree with this type of, for this young kids of 6 years old, some of them are 5. I would rather say reinforce positive behavior. And the other thing is to give a certificate every Friday means that the child who struggles, who still need to mature, who struggles with certain behavior, is humiliated every Friday. The other thing is, now that system is creating anxiety in my child client to such an extent that we don't get her in school anymore. Now, so it's clearly not good for her. All right, I've talked, can you believe, for 90 minutes. Let's take a 10-minute break, and then we will come back for 50 minutes, and then we'll have a proper tea break. So let's start again at 22:10. Okay, let's move a little bit on. So the next thing that we are going to look at, the next illustration, is quite important. So this is reflecting on the people that work with traumatized children. So be that a therapist, a teacher, someone in any institution, a substitute parent, and so. So one of the things, one of the things that we sometimes experience is that, obviously, if we don't agree with the way in which a staff member handle a traumatized child, blame might go from either the child, the parents, the teachers, or someone to that person. And often when there's blame, that blame is answered with attitude of defensiveness. So, and one of the defensive attitudes that we see, and you can see the facial expression here, is is defensiveness, and saying this has worked before. So you find that with parents, you find that with other adults that would say, but I was raised in this way and I didn't turn out too bad, or like, this has always worked before, why does everything have to change now? But some more defensive people in the team become, the less we are going to progress. So now it's difficult to think, okay, how can we implement this without triggering defensiveness? And I mean, obviously, it has something to do with the person who gets defensive too. Now that person gets threatened. Then a second type of reaction that we can get, so the first two have a lot of anger involved, is frustration, which is the blame goes from the staff member back to whoever is trying to change that person's behavior. The students, the learners, are out of control, and school management or parents aren't doing their job. Now, none of this is in itself all right or all wrong. Now, there are most probably elements that is true. Now, it is so. Now, if things have worked before, it's sometimes difficult, especially if you're 30 years in the same work and you suddenly have to change things. So, and sometimes parents aren't doing their job. No, so, but frustration, and so either being blamed or blaming the person that wants you to change. Then the third one is where there's a type of a painful response, a mutual painful response of ouch, where a staff member feels overwhelmed. So more that thing of I feel completely incompetent. So there's more pain and self-blame. And like it's easier to have empathy with that. Now it's easier to sit with someone that have secondary trauma, that feel blame, that say to themselves, like I don't know how to handle this child anymore. I'm not coping with the demands of these kids on me. Something must be wrong with me, or where staff or members start showing their own trauma symptoms and so. But that's also something that happens now. Then there is sometimes you can get a mutual support, so there can be an emotion of disappointment for kind of I'm just waiting for things to get back to normal, but I'm not offensive and I'm not frustrated. I'm just a bit disappointed. And then the one that we obviously want to have is a mutual support, but also a feeling of empowerment now of I feel, I don't feel out of control in the situation, and this what this work, what this workshop is about. I feel empowered. I have skills that I can do, and I know that this work can make it better. And I sincerely hope that the skills that we're going to do will have this type of empowerment response. Now, you can also see that when adults react on this side, they are going in protection mode, protective mode. Why do we go in protective mode? Because we feel threatened. Whereas on this side, and that's what we want, is let's connect. Let's connect with ourselves. Let's connect with the traumatized child, and let's connect with the other team members. Yeah, so it's maybe when you have to do with other adults in your team, whoever it is, parents, teachers, staff members, take note of when you try to change something, from where does the behavior initially come. Obviously, the more you have defensiveness, the more energy it's going to take and the harder it's going to be to change it, especially if most of the staff members go to that level. That's very difficult, because then the more rigid the system is. Now, why do they go into protection? Because they feel threatened. Why do we feel threatened? Because whatever I need to change makes me feel incompetent, makes me feel out of control, makes me feel, like whatever. And I have to defend myself. So actually, the same type of hypervigilance that you get in the children that are traumatized is now also consolidated in the staff. All right, let's look at the difference between the old paradigm and the new paradigm. So this is from Heather Forbes, and we're actually going to look at some of her video clips. She's a brilliant lady in this regard. So traditionally, everything in terms of managing children's behavior was consequence-based. In other words, if you choose to do this, this will be the consequence, and the consequence must then motivate you to next time have better behavior. Now, the new view, we have learned that that's not really working well now with traumatized children, because when they are in a stress episode or in a state of hypervigilance or hypervigilance, they don't care about consequences. They're not in a place where the part of the brain that need to consider what are the consequences of what I'm doing now, that part of the brain is most of the time switched off. So the new view is regulatory based. So the question when a child is acting out acting in or having trouble, trauma-related trouble, is not to ask, okay, what type of consequences does this child need to go and sit on the naughty chair? What need to happen here? The question is, in what way can I help the child with co-regulation? And as you will see later this week, it's not said that there must not be consequences for misbehavior in terms of breaking stuff, being vandalistic and so, but we first focus on regulation. Then as part of that, the next one is that rewards and incentives create motivation. So it makes me think of the school with the give the little stars. We all know behavioral modification techniques. I'm not against behavioral modification, although in my 31 years, I've learned that it's good to change behavior. It's not that good to maintain good behavior, and definitely more so, much more so with traumatized children, because, like I say, the part in the brain that need to consider the consequences of what I'm doing here in the moment is just switched off. Okay, so now in the new paradigm, what we actually say is that relational influence creates motivation. So a child will decide to do their best when they feel securely attached, when they feel safe in a relationship. Even not initially, it might take a long time, but in the end, that is what's going to motivate them. The third one, then external control. So that is the star charts, detention, and removal of privileges. So exactly what my children's home child got. And I can promise you, it escalated her behavior extremely. It didn't change a thing. So all that happened is that the times of sitting detention became more and more and more. So the shame in the child became more of there's something wrong with me. And the shame created anxiety. And the more the anxiety, the more the trauma-related hypervigilance, and the worse the behavior and the more punishment. Now we want to focus in the new way on internal control. We want to work on the child's sense of self, how they feel about themselves. Now, the ego. Now, that's something that we do properly in therapy. We have a specific phases, and those of you who've done my therapy courses know that it's so important that a child have a strong enough sense of self before we move to the emotional pain. But how can we enhance a child's sense of self in the institution, in the systems, in the school, at the hospital, at the drug institution? How can we give children an experience of, I can do it, I can master it, I have accomplished something? Self-acceptance and self-love. Now there's a big difference between removal of privileges, detention, and self-acceptance and self-love. Now, where that comes from is a lot of traumatized children blame themselves for the trauma in their life. Now, they feel that they have done something to cause that, especially more so if trauma happened in preschool years. And lots of them have self-loathing, not self-love and self-acceptance. I mean, they actually deep inside feel that they are very flawed, especially if their behavior is so often out of control. I had to work with a child to get this extreme anger outburst and act in a certain way, and afterwards say to the mother, what's wrong with me? Why do I get like that? Why am I not like my sister and brother? And the shame and shame, constant shame is absolutely not a good thing to feel about yourself, because you feel your whole self is despicable. So traditionally, these kids, when their behavior get out of control, they were given timeouts. And like I said, 30 years back, they were literally locked up. There are places where it still happens. And now the paradigm has shifted to time in. So time in means I must not leave you alone. We're in a stress episode. I must actually help you with co-regulation, because the more I leave you alone, the more annihilation fears you will have, the more abandonment fears you will have, the worse you will feel. Okay, so expectations based on chronological age. This is such a big one for our staff members. We as therapists know that whenever we work with a child, we must always consider what is the mental age, the emotional age of the child. And not the chronological age. But we are going to talk this week about how do we help a child that is traumatized, because on the one hand, we need to engage with their mental age, but on the other hand, there's also certain expectations in terms of, okay, you are in grade 4, so this is the work that you need to master here. Now, how do we marry the being developmentally behind and very regressed part with the normative expectations on this side? That's no easy task. All right, so behavior management, we must just, behavioral therapy, behavior modification. And I think maybe you can pick up that I'm not very fond of it. I remember being at university and learning about those theories. Now, that's so many years ago. But one sentence that stick with me is behavior is something that is learned and that can be unlearned. That is one of the main beliefs of this theory. But if you look at trauma and trauma-related behavior and what happens in the body and what happens in the brain when a child is stirred, that has nothing to do it. Well, behavior can become habitual, but the whole domino effect of why there's certain behavior, it's not so simple. So rather focus on stress management. Now, what can I do in a situation, and how can we help children to have less stress episodes? Because later today, we're going to talk about stress episodes, but every time that a child has this full meltdowns, it creates a bigger possibility for mental health. I almost want to say damage, having later on, a diagnosis like bipolar 2 or, permanent mental health issues or diagnosis or labels or so. So traditionally, it was more individual focused. Now we need a village for this traumatized children. We need a community and a family. It was initially performance and outcome based. Now it's a process. Now, so much more focus on what is the process. And when I work with adults that become disappointed, discouraged because of traumatized children's behavior, sometimes their own children, sometimes foster children, sometimes children in the children's home, wherever, or teachers. When they get, they focus on outcome, like that thing of, but almost like, why isn't this behavior not better yet? A dad said to me yesterday, I'm becoming impatient. And I had to explain again. And we sometimes really have to explain many times. It's a process. It might take a long time. It can take up till some therapy in adult years. There's no time, there's no way in which we can put a time frame, but I always go to the polarity of what is better. Let's just remember again, where did we started? We started with a child that was constantly suicidal and self-mutilating. When last had this child had a suicide ideation? Long ago. Wow, that's amazing progress. The child don't want to die anymore. When last did the child self-mutilate? Oh, no, very long ago. Wow, that's amazing progress. When last, and then I try to show them that children move in small increments, but we want performance. Now, we want this child to go back and be a normal child, whatever normal is. And what I know is, I sincerely believe that with the right input, there can come a lot of changes and a lot of positive pruning in the brain. And I know that because I've seen it. But I also know that sometimes it takes years of patient input. Now, and that's where we need to focus. We need to be process-based. The last one, traditional, we focused on more on intervention when there's problems. Now we want to focus more on prevention. So we want to focus more on almost want to say, sorry, the last one on this slide. We want to, when we know what children need, all children, if they are traumatized or not, why don't we rather go into preventative mode than just doing interventions with the kids that already show problems? Okay, so traditionally, we only identified the major transitions in a child's life. So, like when a child was removed from parental home, put into foster care, moved from foster care to children's home. Now, because we know for traumatized children, all transitions are extremely difficult and painful and anxiety provoking. It's a common knowledge now that when traumatized children that had unstable childhood, when they are put into foster care, one request would be for the foster parents not to move home, not to, not even to go on holiday soon after the child is being placed there. The child needs a long time of stability because often these kids had to move so many times. They didn't know if there would be food. Like everything was unstable. So a small transition, for example, at school, going from the classroom to having break outside, that's a transition. And going into break time can be that I am humiliated on the school ground because I'm different or had certain behavior at class. I'm bullied. The bully things are said to me. No one wants to play with me. Or me as a traumatized child don't know how to do normal social interactions. So I act awkwardly and other kids see that and react towards that. So sometimes our interventions have to go as focused as how do we help a traumatized child cope during break on the school ground? And does that child need a co-regulatory figure to help them maybe initially just for spending time in a small area on the playground to feel safe? That's the type of things. Okay, initially the child had to fit into environment. So we all know that traditionally the school system, this is the school system, and this is how it works here, and you need to fit in here. And if you don't fit in, all hell breaks loose, but we're not going to change. And then we get the new one is the environment need to fit the needs of the child. That we then link up to a trauma-informed school. So I think it can take initially a lot more of work to change the environment. For example, the example that I've just mentioned about the child that struggled with going out break times. I recently saw a child that he is a very arty boy, he doesn't want to play sport, and now the children are teasing him because he don't play rugby, and because they're teasing him, he's decided to stay just in the classroom during break time. So now he's not interacting with any child anymore, but he's having symptoms of depression. And that's not right. It's not right that the child need to hide in the classroom because that child was created with different talents than other kids. I mean, like you would agree. Okay, so initially a traditional view was behavior as a matter of choice. So, and that's that thing of all behaviors learned and can be unlearned, and it's a choice. And therefore, if I give you timeout or consequences, then next time you will choose differently. But now we have much more info about stress that drives behavior. Now, it's not to say that behavior is never a matter of choice. I mean, like you also have children that come from good enough environments that sometimes choose to do something and choose a consequence. But with traumatized children that's our focus here, there are such a lot of stress-related reasons and changes in the body that drives the behavior most of the time. All right, so what does the new paradigm then actually say to us? It says that the first priority in the classroom or institution, even over learning, should be the teacher-student relationship. Why? Because for obvious reasons, we want to help the child to get in secure attachment where there was disorganized attachment. We want the child to have to trust the teacher for co-regulation and to experience a sense of safety. because so many kids are dropped off at school, and I don't know, but I hear that from the parents also, the time of the day that where there are the most tension in the home is in the morning before school, and then I almost want to say between 5 and 7 in the afternoon. So often, I think, even in non-traumatized situations where parents try their best, if parents work full day, in the morning, there's a rush, everything have to be done, a child's not cooperating, refuse to get dressed, mom starts shouting, and the child is dropped at school in this dysregulated state. And then the child's the whole day at school and aftercare, and when the parent collects the child in the afternoon from school, the parent is tired, the child's needs were not satisfied. There's a lot of things that happen that trigger the child during the day, and the same pattern play out. So a secure relationship, and children, it's a fact that in terms of the school environment, children act out more in the presence of certain adults than others. I know that. I've worked with that. I've worked in children's institutions where we were on call during the weekend, and when a certain staff member was on duty, I was never called during that weekend for any disruptive acting out behavior. But when a certain staff member is on duty, I knew that it's going to be all hell during the weekend. Now, the hell break loose on if I leave office on a Friday afternoon, 4 o'clock, by 5, I've already been called. This child had thrown the teacher with a tennis ball, and it hit her head and stuff. But they picked up that the caregiver hate her work and must probably hate the kids. She doesn't want to be there. She has no insight. They severely act out on that. So the relationship gives emotional security, and that emotional security then helps us to get academic achievement. Right. So it's in other words, in terms of the school specifically, the paradigm shift is that the relationship is more important initially than the achievement. Now, I know that the teachers and the schools are not necessarily going to agree with that, but you're going to get much more results in this way. Okay, when we talk so much about regulation, let's just define a bit for ourselves, what are we talking about? So what is internal regulation? It's the child's ability to regulate both physiologically and psychologically. So in other words, if I'm physically aroused, if something triggered me, if something makes me anxious, maybe the teacher come into the class, or the caregiver in the institution looks a bit angry this morning, I can get my own body back to base and get out of having palpitations and stuff like that. So physiologically and psychologically, I don't take it personally. I'm able to separate myself and say, well, it has nothing to do with me. Now, I'm okay, and I don't know what happened to this person, but it's not my fault. No, I'm not hypervigilant because of that. Okay, and then, the body keeps a score. So in terms of, and that's a book of Bessel van der Kolk, that's actually called The Body Keeps a Score, a very good book to read if you haven't read it yet. Excellent book in terms of how the body keeps a score in terms of trauma. But young children and babies obviously need external regulation, and there's lots of episodes of rupture and repair. So a mother, they say about 1/3 of the time between mothers and babies, the mother missed the cue and don't understand what the baby needs, because a baby that is distressed don't always need a soothing mother. Sometimes the baby needs less stimulation, or being left alone just a little while, or mother not being overly intrusive. So, but in 1/3 of the cases, we are 100% right in terms of attunement, and 1/3 partly right, and 1/3 we miss it. More important is when the baby experiences a rupture in attachment, that rupture is repaired. Now, what abusive parents do is they don't repair the ruptures. They actually blame the child for, so like one mother said, I never felt loved as a child, and I wanted to have my own child so that I can experience love. But every time when this baby cry, I feel that the baby don't love me, and that's why I hit the baby. Now, so I mean, like you can just imagine the abusive and the and then what happens is that, and now I didn't just physically hurt the baby and create pain, and the baby is in this position of the attachment figure, which where there's proximity seeking behavior, is also the source of fear. And that is how dissociation developed now, is that the same person that I need to attach to in order to be taken care of is the person that's creating enormous fear in me. The only way to handle these two opposite um, situations or feelings is, or internal states, now, is to dissociate the two from each other. And that's often how early childhood dissociation starts. So what parents often do as abusive parents is they don't repair the rupture. Now, so even with older kids, I've had parents that would ignore a child for a couple of days after so-called misbehavior, and then the child is the one who have to come and check in and repair the rupture. So okay, so children who did not have the experience of being settled, loved, or nurtured during heightened episodes of stress has an internal regulatory system that cannot self-regulate. And if we think about our traumatized children, now our children that we know have lots of trauma symptoms, that have type 2 chronic multiple trauma, they had multiple experiences where there was rupture without repair. So there was, when they need to be settled, there was no settling figure. When they needed love and attunement and resonance, there was nothing of that. And there was also no nurturing. Now, what do we see when these kids grow older, even when they get young adults and teenagers, is they start self-medicating. Now, so this will be your typical teenager that use, like smoke dagga, that drink too much, that they've discovered something that help co-regulate themselves when they get dysregulated. And because of the damage in the brain as a lack of having that co-regulatory figure in their life when they were young, they frequently go into states of hypervigilance. And when I work with them, they say, it just feels so bad to go there. I have to go and drink myself drunk, or use any kind of drug or something to get myself out of that state. Okay, now babies do not have an internal regulatory system to self-regulate and self-soothe, and that is why I'm so against things like sleep training, because a baby, you can't train a baby to self-soothe. It's a thing that develops gradually as the internal mother is consolidated in the psyche. So there's no way in which you can teach a baby of 6 weeks old to sleep through. There's a lot of damage that takes place with it. All right, so what is external regulation then? So caregivers need to act as external regulators for babies and young children, since the young child's internal systems are under-equipped. So they need, it's a absolute must. Actually, I wish we could train pregnant mothers about this important fact. You need to be there. You need to be available. And if you're not there, I mean, what happens to a child that grows up in a creche where there are 10 babies and one staff? How does that provide that baby with external regulation? The infant is at mercy of the caregiver to mold and develop their internal system of regulation. And when that don't go right, in other words, when there was no one available during periods of heightened stress, our work with the traumatized child is to help them develop a better internal system of regulation than they currently have. The regulatory role of the caregiver is essential to the normal development of the brain. Sure, that's very, very important work. So the brain, the baby cannot self-soothe, cannot self-regulate, and damage happen in the brain development and the different connections between the neural pathways if there's not an external regulator. The relationship between the child and the primary caregiver drives the brain development. Okay, so effect of healthy attachment on neurological development. A healthy parent-child secure attachment lead to healthy positive neurological development in the child. And therefore, when we talk about traumatized children and how to support them, it's depending on your role, but as a therapist, maybe more so, if you can obtain knowledge about the child's early attachment and what happened with attachment and in how many caregiving positions the child has been and why has the child been moved and when and where did the child lose out, like a loss, when a caregiver or secure attachment figure died or stuff like that happened, all of that plays a role in healthy or non-healthy neurological development. All right, the brain-body system. So a child with poor internal regulation will pattern themselves according to past external experiences. So each anxiety-provoking experience will act as a trigger for the brain how to react in a next situation that feel the same. Doesn't have to be the same situation. Maybe the situation is safe, but if the brain picks up the slightest notion of a trigger, then the child will react in the same way. So if past experiences have been traumatic, poor, traumatic, chaotic, and overwhelming, which is typically that we get in dysfunctional families, and there's lots of these experiences, the child will continue to act in this way, the way in which they've adapted themselves to cope and to be safe, be it fight, flight, freeze, dissociate, cut off, shut down, numbing, till new patterns are established. And that's what I said, the patterns take time. So a child that enters a calm and safe classroom can often, even in that safety, act as if they are still in the previous chaotic environment. And more so if, like I said earlier, if there was elements of unsafety early in the morning before the child stopped at school, mom and dad shouted again. I was threatened because I wasn't ready on time. The child didn't want to wake up and dress himself because they don't want to go to school. And the parents handle that in abusive type of way. So sometimes even if the teacher do their best and create an atmosphere of safety, our learners with trauma-related symptoms, depending on what happened, what the triggers were, and what previously happened, they can react as if they are still in a very dangerous environment. All right, so Forbes say a child can be taken out of trauma, but not so easily can the trauma be taken out of the child. I think that's very important. So the most effective way to change these patterns comes through long-term, safe, nurturing, attuned human connection. Parent-child, therapist-child, teacher-child, whoever. Now, parent, children's home, caregiver, and child. Safety, and attunement. Okay, so let's look at the brain and the important structures in the brain. So, the amount of pressure learners are asked to handle in the school environment often goes far beyond what their nervous systems are equipped to handle. This is important, and it links back to what is the mental age of a child, why does these traumatized children, why are they sometimes able to dress themselves, feed themselves, and the next day they can't do it. Now, and we're going to talk about that, but it's not won't. It's not opposition. It's more often can't. Something happened yesterday that triggered me to such an extent that today I'm regressed. I'm not 7 years anymore. I'm now 3, and I'm acting from my 3-year-old self that cannot rest. And what is interesting in the playroom to see that regression is in terms of if I have to draw a human figure, the 7-year-old that could draw a full human figure now just can draw a tadpole. The drawing is a direct reflection of their mental age at that specific day. Or in the sand tray, often you will see when a child has regressed, two things. The one is lots of mother-child unities that reflect back 0 to 18 years. 0 to 18 months, not years. So the very first stage just after birth, or lots of eggs, that even refer to pre-birth. So, yeah, and that's the reason why if a child's age is much younger than what the pressure or the demands of the school environment, not just in terms of learning, the overall demands, then these kids, their nervous system will just zone out or go into hypervigilance. So the 3 areas in the brain, the brain stem, the only part that is fully developed after birth, the limbic system, which is the emotional brain, and that's where the emotional memories are stored in the hippocampus, where implicit memories are stored, and also the smoke detector of the brain. So normally it is this part specifically that are triggered when a trauma, when something, the brain pick up something that reminds them of previous trauma and pain. And then this part, the cortical area, is the part that we want to be switched on in the classroom. So that is the part that we want, that we hope to be switched on most of the day so that the child can learn, but often which is not. All right, so this is just another drawing of the same thing. So you can see here the brainstem developed first, and the first type of input. Now, if you think about the first 2 years, according to Piaget, is a sensory motor stage. Now, the brainstem there, which is connected to the rest of the body, and that is very instinctive in nature. Then secondly, develop the limbic system. The limbic system developed with reference to the attachment and the social interaction with people, and the stability and the rupture and the repairs and all of that. And then only thirdly, and the cortical area of the brain is only completely developed at age 25. So way beyond even 18 years, which is the cutoff point where a child's considered an adult. So that's a piece of hope for parents sometimes if the teenagers are so acting out that, like there's still a possibility of maturing there. But that have to do with thinking, learning, language, and inhibiting. All right, so a regulated brain operates within top-down control system. So whenever a child is regulated, I'm not talking about a child that is numbed and cut off and dissociated, because that's not regulated. That's a child that you literally, there's no life. No, it's like a curtain go down in front of a child, and it's just an intuitive sense of the child's cut off, dissociated, slow in reaction, prone to fall asleep in the classroom. All right, so that's not regulated. It's hypo-aroused. But if a child's regulated, the neocortex is in control, the child can think about consequences of behavior, the child can learn. Now, when a child is in survival mode, whatever the trigger is, the top-down control fails, this part. And now the emotional part guides behavior, and that, remember, is where all the memories of previous trauma is stored. Consequences for behavior, for example, timeout, do not register in the limbic system or the brainstem. So what does that mean? It means that if a child is triggered where the main question is, am I safe now? Or I'm not safe now and have to do something to be safe, be it to fight, to hit someone, to run out of the classroom and climb on the school's the roof of the building, like one child did. And then when he was there, asked him, what am I doing here? Because he didn't even realize what he was doing. Therefore, when we want to talk to kids, and this is important in terms of the work that we do, when we want to go to consequences of behavior, yesterday you hit another child and you broke his glasses, and therefore you need to pay with your pocket money for that. That must not be done while a child's behavior comes from limbic or brainstem level. We must wait till the child is regulated enough that the neocortical area is in control and the child is able to learn something from it. Normally, consequences like timeout, when a child's functioning on limbic and brainstem level, will escalate the child's survival behavior. And in the end, like in one case, the child can get so dysregulated that the police are called in. Now, so if you go back and see what was the initial trigger and how did it escalate it in such a way that the child get more and more and more out of control, and now the child's almost seen as a criminal. And what could be done different not to go there? Okay, so here you can this is just another way to see the different parts of the brain. You can see the brainstem is under construction till the late 20s, age 20s, 25, 28. So when the brainstem is triggered, a child often experiences terror. So that's the most severe, and behavior might be total out of control. A child will not listen. A child won't care about consequences and threats. The brain's only motivation on that level is to save their own life. Now, experiencing terror, I'm in life danger again, or a trigger that feels the same as when the night when dad stabbed mum with a knife and she died. Horrifying. Now that. The midbrain experience not that severe terror, but still fear and will still be reactive. So it will still be a child that will be prone to fight and flight behavior and sometimes frozen behavior. The limbic, the middle part, is the part that behavior can be charged and still experience alarm. So, like something's not safe. The alarm is going off, the fire alarm. Nah, there's so smoke that goes to a trauma trigger. Then the alert cortex is a cortex. In that state, a child can learn, but is a little bit on guard. Like a little bit like I must make sure everything is safe here, but I can focus at least. And then the safe cortex. So our goal is to have our kids at least in this state most of the time in their environments. All right, so what I teach teachers, parents, trans home caregivers, everyone involved is, I think it's very important for them to understand the 3 states of the brain. So the brainstem state is, okay, so what questions what is the question that need to be asked is, whenever a child shows any behavior, is to ask from which brain story does this behavior come? So brainstem, limbic system, or cortical area. If it's from brainstem, that will be when it clearly looks that the child is not in contact with himself. Like the eyes look wild and the child is really in a defensive mode and don't hear when you talk or try to calm them down. So what is the main question? The child's psyche is asking, the body is asking, am I safe? And the question that the caregiver or the adult member in charge is, what does the child need? Child needs safety, all right? So for the bottom story, when behavior is like that, what does this child now need to be safe? And that might mean remove the child out of the situation. We're going to look at different options of what we can do in a system to get help. but safety for one child might be not the same as safety for another child. For example, for one child, it might be to not be in the system that was triggering. Normally, it would be to remove the child from whatever has triggered the child. But it might also be for a child not to be alone, but just to go somewhere else. Then here, when a child's behavior comes from this state, it is more where a child is very insecure and keep on saying to the parent at night, I love you, mommy, I love you, mommy. Or when the parent dropped the child at school, when I say parent, I mean that it can now be substitute parent or whoever. The child 5 times have to greet the parent, have a special handshake, and 100 times say, I'm loving you. So the child, what does the child need? The child needs attachment, the second one here. All right, so what must the caregiver give? Attachment. So what come in there is also what is the love language of the child. So for some kids, it's a present, it's time with its words of affirmation. You know the love languages now. Quality time, and so quality time is always a good one. But here the child's behavior will show emotional insecurity and neediness, an empty emotional tank, but not so much extreme dysregulation. All right, and the top one is that's where the child can learn skill. That's where we can reason. So this is where the brain, we can go to what can I learn from this? And where we can teach the child skills. Okay, so this is what happened yesterday. You got very angry, you broke the boys' glasses, you were very triggered. Let's talk about that. And you have to pay with that, your pocket money. And let's talk about the whole thing of how can you start feeling that your body goes into this dysregulated state, and what can you do differently once it gets there? But that's also not, I mean, that's something that needs to be addressed in therapy. That's something that we need to equip the parents to do. You will see, I will quickly go there after our tea break, but I've sent you a whole handout that describes the different types of behaviors of hyper and hypoarousal, and specifically what does the child need in each state, in the classroom and at home. And that is the type of things that we need to photocopy for the parents or send electronically to them, so that they have it, they understand. When my child shows this type of behavior, this is what the child needs most. We also specifically need to provide that to teachers and any staff that work with traumatized kids. Okay, so let's take a good proper tea break. Let's start again at 11 o'clock. Let's take half an hour because we're talking a lot and I don't want your heads to spin. So yeah, take some time out in nature, some whatever you need to get your head open for the next shot at 11 o'clock. Okay, welcome back. We are still busy talking about the physical effect of the effect of trauma on the brain. We're also going to watch a few clips of Bruce Perry around that. He's a world-renowned psychiatrist around the topic. So what you see here on the screen now is a very well-known concept of the tip of the iceberg. And one of the things, I think, a very simplified strategy that we can use when we want to train adult people that work with traumatized children, staff members, teachers, parents, and with older kids, it can even be an activity that we do in our therapy with them, is the thing of what we see in terms of coping and what is actually happening. So this morning, I said to you that often in our school, in our formal systems, in the traditional way of, not the new paradigm, the emphasis is on symptoms that need to disappear. And therapy is seen as successful if you as a therapist can help the child for the symptoms to disappear, or the medication that the child drink need to help the symptoms disappear. Now, I'm not at all against medication. I think it's a very important part of sometimes helping fertilizing the brain, especially where there has been brain damage because of trauma. but it's not one, cause effect type of linear thing. So, yeah, here's a few examples of behavior that we can see in traumatized children. We will go into that in much more detail through the course. But what is this child really feeling when no one can see? Often feelings of extreme aloneness, rejection, I can only depend on myself. That's a typical trait of avoidant attachment. Now, a child that learns from very young that grow up, you burdening me, I'm not available for you as a parent, do it yourself. Seeing themselves as bad. I've had many conversations with teenagers that self-mutilate. And when I talk to them afterwards, trying to really get to the deepest reason, what was really triggered inside. If you go down through the core beliefs, and in the end, it always comes to, I'm despicable, I'm shameful, look at what I'm doing, everything is my fault. We will talk about core beliefs. Okay, so unpredictable environment, feeling shameful, worthless, and unworthy. So in terms of an iceberg, if you combine that with the levels of the brain, as I've explained before our break, on the brain stem level, there can be reflective, instinctive impulses to protect the child. Now, that we can't see on surface level, it's deep inside, it's on the most primitive part of the brain, but that the purpose of the behavior here, the deer in the headlights, now the self-sabotaging is a big trauma symptom. We will talk about that. Even superficial charm, now sometimes it's also something quite prevalent in children with attachment problems. It's the fact that the child is so, I almost want to say streetwise to get their needs met. Now I need money, and how am I going to use my charm to get it? Now, even from a total unfamiliar person. Sometimes that's what they also learn from their parents and to kind of save their life. So they might be in the part under the water, underneath, there might be defensive, aggressive reactions. There might be auditory, visually, and emotional triggers that no one can see. There might be implicit memory fragments. That's a very important thing. Now that all memory, especially under the age of 3, is stored in the brain, in the right brain as implicit memory. So it can never, there's no language linked to it. It's pre-verbal, and the child will not be able to explain or talk about what has happened. But the trauma trigger lead to very uncomfortable sensations in the body and not a felt sense of safety and sensory kind of trigger situation. And what makes it worse for the child if the trauma happens so early is they don't understand why they feel what they feel or do what they do. There might be multiple bullying experiences and stuff underneath now, and all that we see is what on top. Okay, let's talk about the neurosequential model of Bruce Perry of levels that we can get in a classroom, and then he specifically is involved with the Child Trauma Academy. So the first level is where a child can learn. And you remember I said earlier that we want the cortical area of the brain being activated for the child being able to learn. So this is when everything goes well and calm in the classroom and de-escalating. So how would you help the child as a teacher to become more regulated? Calming sounds, enough personal space. So what's happening in these classrooms that are so overcrowded? Now, for our traumatized children, no good, because the possibility of one child bumping into another child is very big. There's no space. Many of my traumatized, specifically more so teenagers, now we know that often teenagers want to be in their room with the door closed, but when I talk to them about the trauma triggers, one of the things is that even can lead to self-mutilation is when I need space and I'm not left alone. When I say leave me alone, when I want to be in my room with the door closed, and I just don't get that space, there's no proper boundaries, I'm not allowed to do that and all of that, then it leads to the next and the next. Predictable touch, so not unpredictable touch in any way can really lead to a trigger or extreme anxiety or a fight response, and a predictable routine from the teacher. So if you think about trauma-informed schools, there need to be an amount of predictability. The child needs to know what's going to happen next. How's today going to work? From the side of the parents, the children's home, anywhere now, how is it going to work? And having a visual reminder or a way of understanding. So even in terms of foster parents, foster children, to teach the parents stuff like, okay, on Wednesday evenings we eat fish and chips. On Thursday evenings we do that type of predictability. So in a sense, children that are traumatized are prone to be less adaptive and more rigid, especially when the anxiety is triggered. Okay, what will escalate the child? What will trigger the child into a trauma response? Loud noises. Some of my child clients that come from homes where from very young there was a lot of shouting at each other, parents that shout, high emotional expression, conflict, unpredictable. I can, this is quite prevalent also. If I think about mothers with borderline personality disorder that have a very constant emotional dysregulation, where in the moment when they get dysregulated, they don't care, their own brain is not in the cortical area. But anyway, these kids can frequently identify one of the trauma triggers in the open, like for example, when going to shopping mall, any place where there's lots of noises, and also the school, is the noise. Now, the fact that it is noisy at the school, children are shouting, and shouting triggers, I mean, that for the brain is like a trauma trigger if you come from a high conflict environment. Close uninvited proximity, which is the opposite of predictable touch, unpredictable touches and changes in data. So the opposite. Now, sudden changes. They are not good with sudden changes now, because in the past, sudden changes could mean that we don't have a home anymore, that we sleep on the street, that we don't have food to eat. So it can really, really, really trigger survival responses. So when the clause is calm, the child has adaptive responses and learning takes place on the level of the cortical or the computer of the brain. This is the ideal, not so easy to reach, and efficient retrieval of content is possible. So the moment when we work with a child that today the child can get 10 out of 10 in the spelling test, and tomorrow the child can't spell, or something that those of you who are working in practice might definitely get, is where children, lots of conflict between a child and a parent when doing homework now, and where the parent, the child, the moment when the anxiety is triggered and the cortical area of the brain is switched off, the mother would say, but, like we have to go over and over the stuff and the child just can't do it. And then I get all worked up and it has a negative cycle effect. But okay, this is the good level. The second level is still okay. This is called flock, and where the limbic cortex, so part of the cortical area, part of the limbic system is active. Everything is still calm, so de-escalating, a quiet voice, eye contact, confidence, rhythmic movement is a soothing brainstem activity, clear directions, and somatosensory acts. So sensory activities that is calming in nature. Escalating the child is whenever the child starts experiencing frustration. And frustration can now have to do with the fact that the child struggled to master the work, that the child maybe during break, someone said something bad to the child, or the child had behavior that was trauma related. The child was shamed because of that. Any type of anxiety. And remember, kids have internal and external trauma symptoms. So you can't always see what the trigger was because you don't know what the child thought about. No. Communication from a distance can be safe, but it can also be a trigger. Yelling is you so often, and I mean, lots of parents are quite honest now, and they would admit that they are yelling at their child sometimes every morning and so. But I always have to talk about that. I have not worked with a lot of kids that doesn't experience that as quite triggering and traumatic and arousing. More so your child that where there's a lot of other unsafety experience as well, and where parents don't repair and say, I'm so sorry, I really have to work on my own regulation. The same when a teacher yells at school, it's just never okay. Complex directions from the teachers. So because of the fact that at this level, the child's not fully on cortical level, instructions to a child that, like the concentration is not 100% there, and lots of these kids anyway have learning problems, learning disabilities, rather for the teacher and instructor to break it up in smaller parts. For example, at the children's home or wherever, if the child have to go and do something, like for example, like you have to go and bath, brush your teeth, pack your school bag for tomorrow and stuff like that. Don't give the child 6, 7 instructions and then ultimatums. Now, if you do this again, I'm gonna call your parent. Yeah, sometimes it feels like the okay thing to do, but in the moment, that can be an extremely triggering thing now. So because the limbic part of the cortex is involved, learning now takes place on a more concrete level, and the child will struggle with abstractions, but can still internalize new content. Then level 3 is called freeze. So now we have moved to the midbrain, the limbic part. De-escalating, comforting in a predictable voice is so important. So important. That's the same type of thing that happened in a therapy room. As the child gets used to your voice, and your voice can act as a co-regulator. Therapeutic touch, singing, humming, relaxing music, brain-based music, reflective listening, and reassurance. Now, everything will be okay. Escalating, a raised voice, raised hand, a pointed finger. It's very interesting that children have gone crazy at times when this happens, because it's one or other type of trauma trigger. Now, sudden movement. Now the child will be prone to be more hypervigilant, threatening tone of voice, chaos. Shame. I had a supervision session this week where the child has to go in the afternoon to Islamic classes. And the teacher left, the child's still young, and the teacher left the class, and it became totally chaotic in the class. You know how it is. If teachers leave the class, you'll get your very compliant type of child that will go on with their work and be quiet, but you definitely get your kids that are going to start getting naughtier and naughtier. And that acted as an extreme trauma trigger in terms of anxiety for this child, the chaos and the noise and disorganization of learning material. If the child don't understand what's going on and how to work with this. So the area of the brain involved is the midbrain, and learning takes place in an emotional alarm state. Now, you can think for yourself that is not the best place, and lots of the cognitive, the computer part of the brain, the cortical area of the brain is switched off now. So learning that takes place in an emotional alarm state is not the type of learning that is needed in the school. So it would be very, very difficult to learn new stuff. That would be your kids that sit in front of their books and they they can't take in information. The same type of thing when the parent tried to do homework and the parent, there's dysregulation in the parent. Child will just sit there and can't remember. Acting out, and an increase in individual self-regulatory behavior. Now, that individual self-regulatory behavior can be anything that have to do with fight behavior, with flee behavior, running out of the classroom, trying to escape, with a frozen type of state, totally numbing out, falling asleep type of thing. Level 4, flight. So the brain stem is active. So de-escalating, calm, quietness, even if a child need to be taken out of where they are, turn off the lights. You get children, I don't know if any one of you have experienced that even when they come to therapy, they would ask me to switch off the light. Now, the light, the sun is a trigger. And it's well known that traumatized children don't do good with a lot of sensory input. And your big schools with lots of children, I mean, there's sensory input all the time. There are smells, there are sounds, there are lots of movement and things to see and so, and that is all acting as triggers. A frustrated teacher, a teacher that howls, and if all the kids are dysregulated, that's going to escalate your traumatized child. The brainstem is involved. The status in the classroom is fear, and learning in this stage is absolutely impossible. It's very difficult to engage learners. Many learners that are traumatized will demonstrate frozen responses. Now, this is interesting and important, that appear as oppositional defiant. I've worked with preschooler. Once had to do with a 4-year-old child that when the teacher gave instructions, the child just, she refused to do the work. And it was, again, one of the teachers that there was just no possibility of the fact that it might be anxiety related. It was, for the teacher, the child was oppositional. And what the teacher didn't realize, she was actually saying to me, but when the assistant is giving the assistant teacher giving the instruction, then the child can do the work. So it's obviously something in the teacher is triggering the child. So the teacher said to me, I asked the child, why don't you want to do the work? And the child said she doesn't know. And I said, well, she doesn't know. She's not consciously aware of the fact that she is extremely anxious. Now the teachers say a 4-year-old child can tell you. So she was absolutely going against. And you wouldn't believe me, in the end, it turned out that the teacher thought the child was a year older than the child was. The teacher had the birth date of the child wrong. And I mean, like, imagine that. She was expecting a year older behavior. So, frozen, that thing of, I will not do the work. I will not start, even if I had a case where 8-year-old child have anxiety and the teacher is, again, as labeled it as naughty. So the child works very slowly. His work is frequently not done by the time when it's break time. And now she started keeping him in the class during break time. Now that's the worst thing that you can do to this child, because now there's no opportunity to get regulated and a bit in control again. And then one day when the mother came to fetch the child after school, the teacher said, no, the boy must first finish his work. He's not done. And the mother wait, and it was half an hour, and then the child came out. And she saw this, dilated pupils in the child's eyes, and the child looked numb and cut off, and asked what happened, and the teacher said, no, he's again just refused to do his work. And then the parents asked to look on the cameras of the school, and what they found there was that the teacher was non-stop shouting at this child during the school day for more than 10 minutes. And I mean, you can imagine the child, that's why the child, this was this type of state. It was to such an extent that I had to write a letter. There was disciplinary measures in place, but, I wrote a letter and asked that the child for the rest of the year could rather sit, because it's a small school. at the remedial teacher where he feels safe, because there was no way in which this child would feel safe with this teacher again in the classroom, and it's constantly bringing him into a frozen state. You would also see an increase in acting out behavior. And then level 5, so this is where the child is fully on brainstem level. So the behavior that we will see the most here is the fight response. And this is something that we see quite frequently now in children, is the fighting, which we don't always realize is a defensive response. So calm affect will help de-escalating the child, disengage, so don't come too close. I've seen it with so many traumatized children when they are in this state. Some of them, they go into, if they will jump out of the car now while the car is driving. So don't come too close. So disengage, don't disappear, give individual attention. Escalating is physical restraint, is gonna activate primitive survival responses in that child. Grabbing, shaking, screaming, and taking any type of intimidating stance is a no, for obvious reasons. The brainstem, the absolutely survival systems are involved. The classroom state is terror, and what you often will see when this is triggered, there's fighting, there's reckless behavior, like climbing out of a window, running away from school over a busy street, opening, defying rules and authority is part of the fight, and then a full flight, fight, or shutdown. So you might see combinations of that. We will talk again about that when we talk about the elements of a stress episode. Okay, so this is just interesting to see that how when you measure children's functional IQ, how it goes down with the different states that we've just discussed. So when the cortex is safe, a child that might have a functional IQ of 100 to 110. When the cortex is in, again, they can focus, the sense of time is on the world and the future. Then when the cortex is in alert state, it goes down from 90 to 100, and they focus on the week and the day. When the limbic system is activated, that same IQ goes from 80 to 90, and they focus on family, close persons, hours, and minutes. Then when the midbrain is triggered, 70 to 80 minutes or seconds. And when they're on the lowest level, IQ of 60 to 70, loss of sense of time and body integrity. So what will be the implications of this when in exam times, or if a child, like we said, now at certain levels, a child is not able to learn? Because I mean, like if your possibility, your IQ goes from 110 to 60. So often these kids have then poor academic achievement, not because they are not intelligent, but because of being in a constant state of terror, because of having constant unsafety at home. And I think we all know that there are many kids that actually, according to the law, the Children's Act, they're not supposed to stay at their home because they are either extreme emotional abuse, there are maybe a combination between emotional abuse and physical abuse. But I mean, like, they are staying at home because the system is overwhelmed, the social workers are overwhelmed, there's not enough, and often this subtle type of emotional abuses of shouting and yelling and degrading a child and stuff is not seen as abuse. It's not dealt with. No, it's not seen as serious enough. Okay, what are the implications of everything that we've talked now for support to learners? We want to work on improving their self-regulation. We want to help them to strengthen the ability of the cortex to manage their life from the top down. So cortex, limbic system, brainstem. Top down is from the cortex down. The children's home child that said to me yesterday, I wanted to hit the child, but then I thought about the consequences and then I went to the teachers. An excellent example of a child that previously couldn't do it from top down and can now. And I must add that the child is currently on mood stabilizing medication that I think play a big role in being better regulated. Cortical regulation means to have a filter. Okay, so think a bit about children or people that you know, adults or children that don't have a filter. What does that mean in terms of their, like executive functioning and internal regulation? I'm thinking about, we see it sometimes with ADHD or poor impulse control, that thing of a child will just say what they think. They don't care about that. No. So we want to help them not always to say what you want to say and not to be reactive. So we want to help them with that. So all brain functioning is state dependent. So even if the teacher is brilliant or the curriculum is adapted for the needs of the child, depending on in which of these states the brain are, that I've just discussed now, those 5 levels, the child will be able to learn or not. And the teacher don't always have control over what is a brain state of when the child comes in from home or from a assignment in a children's home or any other environment. So a dysregulated child will not be able to internalize new content or retrieve previous learned content. A regulated learner is a learner in a learning state. And curiosity and creativity, that's also interesting. Now, part of executive functioning is not just learning and the capacity for abstract thinking if you are older, but also to be able to be creative. I was working with a child recently that had to, she had to make, one of the tasks at class was to bring creative stuff to make a birthday card. And shame, this child is also a foster child. She has a lot of trauma symptoms now, but she was so stressing up for what she need to do and will it be good enough and what will the teachers say, that she was totally collapsing by the time, they got this task on Monday, and by Friday you have to have all your stuff here that you can do it with. And she was, that creative part was just totally switched off. So, unfortunately, the new cortex, the computer of the brain, is very vulnerable to the lower parts of the brain. And with traumatized children, the lower parts of the brain are damaged, dysregulated, hypervigilant, and so forth. Okay, just shortly, the effect of trauma on the brainstem. So toxic stresses in the womb, because at birth, the brainstem is the only part of the brain that's completely developed. It compromised global developmental progress. It put the child in a constant emergency mode, which affects, and that is why if there has been stress in pregnancy, now, like there was already instability, the fetus was exposed to a lot of stress hormones that go straight, from the mother's body to the fetus. But apart from that, now when the baby is born, because of that, and the damage of that high levels of stress hormones, the child's also not sleeping well, which is further escalating the stress on the parent, that is further, like then triggering and creating an unsafe environment for the child. And the same with eating and breathing. These kids will have a higher reactivity to perceived stress. So often that might then be your difficult baby. And then less flexibility. So extreme rigidity in terms of what I described earlier this morning as a difficult baby. They can't adapt. You can't get them in a routine. They just, they try 23 out of 24 hours, and a reduced sense of well-being and resilience. Then the effect on the limbic areas of the brain. So in the middle story areas, now trauma and stress, constant stress will lead to a volatile, emotionally based memory system, underdevelopment of the feel-good neurochemicals. And what we often see with kids who had ongoing trauma from young is that they have almost an atypical type of depression. Now, they would say words like, I've never felt happy in my life. I don't know how it feels to be happy. That type of things. Now they show signs of depression from a very young age, long-term poor management of stress, difficulty in self-control, thinking, reasoning, and self-awareness. And then on the top story, so poor capacity for logical reasoned thought, poor emotional control, struggle with task initiation. It's almost exam. I need to plan how I'm going to do my work. I need to organize it. I need to be flexible. I need to have moral judgment and think logical and sequential. Now, if A happens, then B will follow. So if I steal my dad's car when my dad's not at home and my dad find out there might be a consequence, or what if I do this and there's an accident and someone dies or something like that? None of that. Just impulsive. This is what I need now and this is what I'm going to do to get it. And trouble with interpersonal skills and adverse early attachment interferes with growth and connection. So often then add on these kids have sensory integration trouble with emotional and behavior regulation, problem with higher cognitive skills and executive functioning. All right, so the neocortex of the brain consists of the left and the right hemisphere. But some of you might know, when we talk about trauma is most of the time stored in the right hemisphere, in terms, especially early childhood trauma, in terms of imagery, intuition, the nonverbal sensations, symbolic and pictures. The left hemisphere is really not so much online just after birth. So most trauma is stored in the right hemisphere, and then that's why it's difficult to do a trauma narration or tell a story, especially when trauma happens when a child was young. All right, so trauma stored in the right hemisphere of the brain. The limbic system of the brain have to do with motivation and emotion, and that is often what we will see is these kids have low levels of motivation, and then the brain stem part that we've talked about now. All right, before we watch the video, I think you've all heard the phrase, the window of tolerance. This is important when we do our planning and when we train people about trauma-informed and interventions and how to support these kids. So you're going to see that later also in some of the video clips. But the window of tolerance indicates 3 levels. So in the middle is I am safe and regulated, I can handle this, and there are options for choices in behavior. And the child feels relaxed and in control, calm, and can function effectively. So in order to enhance, things that can enlarge the window of tolerance, one of our big goals when working with traumatized children, even before we go to trauma processing in therapy, in general, is to help the child to expand their window of tolerance. So in the first place, we need to understand why the child shows certain trauma-related behavior, but then we also want to help the child. So what are the types of things, depending on the child's age, but mindfulness is really becoming a very big one. Deep breathing, which is easy to do. You don't need any money, or the child just need. And the thing that you will see in the classroom is, instead of shaming the child that is de-escalate, which is disintegrating and starting having a meltdown, is to let the whole class stop and do deep breathing as part of the classroom, like then we just get everyone in a more relaxed state. Grounding exercises, so often also called sensory motor psychotherapy, often our children that are traumatized feels very ungrounded. Now, how do we see that in a drawing of a child, or in specifically in a drawing? I think is that often the human figure drawing or family drawing, whatever the child draw, will be in the middle of the page. And then often there is what we call encapsulation. So the child have to draw a line or something uh, underneath the human figures that are in the middle of the picture to ground them. Now, and might draw the sky or might draw a whole frame around a person, but there's an effort to compensate for the feeling of ungrounded. And it's very prevalent to see in the drawings of kids that feel ungrounded. You will normally not see the figures, the house, whatever they draw at the bottom of the page. Yeah, so we will talk about grounding, but that is sometimes just okay, let's push our feet into the floor, everyone in the classroom, and see how hard we can push it and feel it. Now, becoming aware of your body, where it is, how does it feel to sit back at the chair? Like very much like let's get grounded in the moment. Sometimes everyone in the classroom, let's stand up and just, okay, let's do an exercise. We push with our legs into the ground and do some other physical movement, exercising. Now, so the moment when the children, the normal way, what happens if a child is moving out of the window of tolerance is normally they will first go into hyperarousal, and that is all these symptoms of fight and flight. And sometimes, so what's experienced here is my options is limited, too much emotion, I perceive a threat and I cannot do something about it. So the only thing that will work to keep me safe is either to fight or flight. So I'm going to attack or confront someone. I'm going to become angry or irritable, insults. I'm going to blame others. I'm not going to take responsibility for what I do. I'm going to have difficulty trusting others. And then the fleeing part, running away, so either running away from the school, the home, wherever, quitting, doing their work, being in total denial. So, they've just really hurt another child, they've done something wrong, and they absolutely, and this is where children are often accused of lying. There's a very fine, we will do a section on that later this week, but there's a fine difference between lying and denying. Now, I mean, like when parents or anyone writes a complaint, the child has now really started lying at school. I always want examples, because the work of denial is a primitive defense, and the work of denial is to manage anxiety. So with traumatized children, there's a huge possibility that it's rather denying than lying. I'm thinking about a boy who was put into foster care. He was about 10 years old, and he had that thing of he had to hide food in his room. So he would go to the fridge, he would take all types of foods, make sandwiches, take food from the fridge and hide it in all spaces in his room. And for one or other reason, the foster mother, even with a lot of education, where does this come from? The child had early deprivation. The child has an unconscious, implicit memory of scarcity, and you're going to die. And the only way to manage the anxiety around that is to make sure that there is enough. The foster mother just used that in a moralizing. She handled it with, where does this food come? Or did you put the food in your room, hide it in your cupboard or whatever, or under your bed? And then the boy would say no, because in that moment he's scared like hell. And then they would go and start moralizing about the fact that he is lying. And it had such a huge negative ripple effect. Like it's a sin. We don't lie in this house. There's a total different way to handle this that we're going to talk about. It's a form of repetition compulsion. Now, the compulsion to repeat earlier experiences, and a compulsion is not it's rarely under conscious control. Same with sexualized behavior in children and so. Okay, anxiety and then sabotaging oneself. Self-sabotage is an absolute trauma symptom. Now, self-sabotage can be, I'm writing a big test and I need to start learning 5 days in advance, but I don't. I keep postponing, keep making excuses, think I will tomorrow, first want to do that. And in the process, sabotage my opportunity to get good matric results and get into the university. Self-sabotaging can take many forms, but it's normally that thing. Now, you go against what you actually want and you can't stop doing it. All right, so if this also don't work, then kids go from here to the hypoarousal, which is freeze and collapse. Another one that we sometimes see that is not so common part of literature, but makes a lot of sense to me, is called submit and attach. So sometimes when a child is triggered and has, let's say, for example, a child's abandonment fear is triggered, one of the things that a child might be prone to do is to become extremely compliant. In other words, I submit. Because when I submit, the chance that my dad or someone else will abuse me and hurt me is much less. Even if it means I'm sexually abused again, even if it means what. So look out also for signs of submit, because often I think submit is being seen as so what it is described as is you become the good girl or boy in the class or at home or wherever, the head girl. But the thing is, it's a trauma-related response. So where does all the anger and all the other emotions because of the abuse, where is that? It's suppressed to the unconscious, and unconscious level, you just see this mask of an extremely compliant child. That you, if you know the story of the child, you actually can't believe that the child is so compliant. And attach is what I would describe as also as lovesick, as typical. Well, you will see it a bit more with teenagers, but that's a teenager that just attached to any type of boyfriend or girlfriend just to belong, just not to be alone. And then often pick the wrong ones, that's actually the abusers, and stay attached to them and beg them not to leave them. And so it's not a normal healthy attachment. It's an attachment as a trauma response, because the fact of not having someone is worse than having someone, even if you are treated very badly. So the child is not even in this state, the child's not aware of the option to choose. So surrender, the compliance that I've just talked about, submit now. Empty or numb, shutting down. Kids would tell me in the therapy room, they feel outside their body, detachment, dissociation, justifying behaviors, feeling totally helpless, and look like a zombie. Okay, just very shortly, the polyvagal theory, this is just a different way of showing the same thing. So there are 3 levels. The social engagement is when you are in your window of tolerance. So then you can connect and you can learn. The second one is what we've just called hyperarousal, so fight and flight. And there's definite bodily symptoms as well. Now, so heart rate increases and then immobilization is this. I think the picture is very well speak about how it looks. Now, immobilization, collapse, shudder from threat, heart rate decreases, and it can go to a point where the body feigns death. We see that sometimes in crime-related cases now, where someone in that moment will, one thing that I've heard the other day is that when the body goes into that state, because everything is slowed down, heart rate decrease, and so when people describe what they experienced when they were there, everything was happening slow, although it wasn't really happening slow. It feels slow. But people that find death, in a death, life-threatening situation. Okay, so here you can read through this yourself, but it's here is the social engagement. It's called ventral vagal and polyvagal, and this is where the child can learn. Here you can read about the physical things. For example, what increases? Now, digestion, movement, resistance to infection, immune response. So part of the things that we see with children that are exposed to chronic multiple trauma is that they have poor immune systems, isn't it? They are often sick. They have frequently upper respiratory infections. They're often absent from school because they're being sick. If that same child is removed, is just, for example, going to hospital. I've seen kids that within 6 months to a year are so much more healthy now. So, yeah, it's interesting to see what are all the things that happens in the body when you're in a certain stage. And then you can also understand why the body takes strain if a child is constantly in a state of hyper or hypovigilance. Okay, just before we go to the 2 more slides, and I want to show you a little video clip. So implications for caregivers. I think it's important that we teach caregivers and any teachers and adults working with traumatized children about the window of tolerance. And in any given moment, apart from asking from which brain state does the child's behavior come in, does the child need, safety? Does the child need regulation? Does the child need regulation? Does the child need attachment and love? Or is the child in a state where we can teach the child something about life or behavior? I think it's important to also learn that what shrinks a child's window of tolerance, what makes a child's window of tolerance bigger. Obviously, the more strain and stress and less support, the smaller a child's window of tolerance, the more good enough parenting, safe, stable home situation, the bigger the window of tolerance. But our goal, and also in therapy, is to help the child to learn to move a little bit outside the window of tolerance without falling apart, without, to tolerate that feeling of, I want to go in hyperarousal, but I can get myself back in a regulated state. So a trauma-informed environment will operate on 2 premises. First, everyone need to understand a person's autonomic state has a profound effect on their functioning, and the state of the brain, the autonomic state, is influenced by relationship, environment, and the culture. So it controls whether thinking is rigid or flexible. And the goal is to move the children as much as possible to the social engagement or the ventral vagal state or the neocortical state, where the brain is active, alive, they can learn, they can be curious, they can be. So we want the child, one of the things that we do in therapy, especially with a little bit older kids, is to develop dual awareness, where the child can simultaneously be aware of, be in control in terms of the cortical area, but also be aware of the part that feels dysregulated, and that where they learn that it was then and not now. I'm safe now, but something in me is triggered that was then, and I can look at it from a more objective stance. So the workshop that I'm currently developing that focus much more on dissociation and parts work in children, and how to use the SAN and different modalities to use that. That's the one that I talked this morning that will be done in hopefully in October, but more in terms of a therapeutic stance. How do we help a child to develop dual awareness, mindfulness skills, and how to do parts work? Okay. Children, just a nice quote from Sanders and Thompson: children in the environment will know in their bones that we are interested in them, that we see them as worthy of care, and that we will not hurt them. All right, and then thank goodness for neuroplasticity. That's where all our hope lies. So we need to understand children's early developmental history. We need to create effective programs. We need to understand that neurons that wire together, fire together. So it's never too late. I say that frequently to caregivers that get this, like that gets impatient, that gets discouraged, that feel like it takes such a lot of work, is, like regardless of a child's experiences, degree of dysfunction, age, the capacity for repair persists. We need to believe, but for the pruning of the dysfunctional neurological circuits in the brain, those circuits must not be triggered over and over again, because the brain prune what is not used. So if a child stays in an unsafe environment, keep on being traumatized, being re-triggered every day, the old, I must want to say, roadways in the brain will be triggered and re-triggered and will not be pruned. And then for the formation of new neural pathways, changing of that requires thousands of repetitions of the opposite, now of secure attachment, of not being abandoned, of safety, of predictability, of order and not chaos. Thousands. So that means years of sometimes. Now, we don't know. We can't give a time to it, but that's why I said this morning, we have to look at small changes and celebrate that. All right, let's listen to a little bit to what Bruce Perry is saying.
The neurosequential model in education is basically it's an approach that brings certain core concepts about the way the brain works into educational settings. Now, that it's interesting that it's been framed as a trauma-informed approach, which it is, but the reality is it has universal application across the entire spectrum of children, whether you've had no adversity or a lot of adversity. And, they're really teaching people about how the brain processes information, what are the circumstances by which we learn optimally, what are the most effective ways to shape behavior. Things like that are universally applicable, and that's kind of what we do with this model. One of the things that we teach with the neurosequential model is a very simple way to think about this. And it basically is that in order to get to the cortex, to be able to reason with somebody, you first need to be connected with them in some way, relationally connected. And so that's kind of the middle part of the brain. But before you can sort of effectively connect with somebody, there has to be at least a minimal degree of regulation. So a very dysregulated kid who's afraid is not going to be able to successfully be engaged. And if you can't engage them to sort of be with you in this moment, they're certainly not going to be able to cognitively learn anything. So we talk about this sequence of engagement: regulate, relate, and then reason. And one of the things that we see that happens all the time, both with parenting and coaching and teaching, is that all too often we adults try to reason with somebody before they're regulated. And of course, that never really works. I mean, all of us, probably had the experience of somebody, coming up to us when we're sort of frustrated and saying, calm down. And as you well know, that very rarely works. In fact, it usually escalates you, makes you feel even more dysregulated. So the fundamental principle of this neurosequential model is to appreciate that the brain is involved in learning, the neuro part. Sequential is that The processing and development of the brain is sequential. And then really the third part is that you have to adhere, you have to follow the rules. You have to follow the rules of the biological organization of the brain if you're going to be successful in parenting, teaching, coaching. I think one of the most important things that educators need to understand about the brain is the way the brain processes incoming information. And the reason that's so important is that the human brain is basically organized in a hierarchical way. So there's kind of a bottom part of the brain, a middle part, and then the top part. And the top part is an area we call the cortex. And I think most everybody's heard of that. And the cortex is the most uniquely human part of the brain. And all of the networks up in the cortex are the systems that help us learn language. They're responsible for sort of autobiographical memory. They're responsible for the ability to think about the future, to think about the past, and essentially every topic that an educator will teach has to get to systems in the cortex. And so really the job of the educator and the job of the coach and the job of the parent and the job of anybody who wants to sort of change the human part of the brain is to get to the cortex. Now, the dilemma is that when I talk with you, the sound waves are translated into pattern neuronal activity that go into lower parts of the brain. And then they get processed, and then they go to the middle part of the brain, and they get processed, and then they finally get to the top part of the brain. And so you don't automatically teach by having a really good thing in the teacher's cortex that immediately gets into the cortex of the child. And so what you have to do is get through the middle part of the teacher's brain, the lower part of the teacher's brain, out into space, into the lowest part of the student's brain, into the middle part of the student's brain, and then finally up to the cortex. So there's a lot of places where that can go wrong. And the reason educators need to understand a little bit about stress, distress, and trauma is that all of those things will interfere with that process in ways sometimes subtle, but sometimes in really extreme ways. You may have a child who comes into the classroom who is very well regulated. Their stress response system is completely normal. And what that means is when they're sitting and listening in a classroom that's predictable, consistent, the teacher's kind, and their cortex is open for business, which means that the teacher will successfully be able to get through sort of that, that obstacle course to get to the cortex. But if somebody has a history of trauma, the stress response system will be abnormally activated. And that will shut down the cortex so that even if you're a really good teacher, the incoming input, the words and the nonverbal cues and all of the things that you use to teach, they're going to get short-circuited on the way to the cortex. And that child will not learn as much.
Okay, we are just going to watch one more of these.
What's the first thing you do when you wake up in the morning? If you're checking your phone, stop that. Instead, try to
The term frequently used by an educator or an adult when they're trying to explain sort of difficult behaviors is that the child knows better, the child's choosing to do this, and it's intentionally directed at me. And all three of those are inaccurate. You can certainly see why somebody would say that, but it really, that comes from a misunderstanding of the sequential nature of human processing and human behavior. Most of these misbehaviors that kids have in the classroom are not because they planned it out on the top part of their head and then told the lower parts of their brain, oh, go be a jerk, go disrupt class. It's because something came in from the bottom and stirred them up and shut down the thinking part of their brain. So when you sit down with them and they're calm and feel safe, the thinking part of their brain goes, oh yeah, I know better. I know you shouldn't do that. I know the rules of the class. And then an hour later, if you know the rules of the class and you are breaking them, the teacher has no other choice but to think that that's intentional because he knows better. But in fact, what's happened is it's basically temporary cortical shutdown. And everybody has this in their lives, right? I mean, think about it. I don't think anybody out there who's listening hasn't had a moment where they were unable to retrieve something that they knew. And a classic example is if you're like with a bunch of people and somebody's talking about, well, what was the Academy Award-winning film? And, a couple of years ago, and you go, oh, I know what it was. It was the one with that guy that did this and did that, and you can't remember it. And then on your drive home, you go, oh, it's blah, blah, blah. It's not as if the information, it was in your head. You just couldn't retrieve it under pressure. And that's an example of state-dependent functioning, which is another one of the core concepts that we teach in the neurosequential model. All functioning of the human brain is what we call state-dependent. And what that means is when you're in a state of calm, you've got certain systems open that you can use. But as soon as you start to get distressed, overwhelmed, frustrated, you start to lose access to those systems. It's state dependent. So cognition is very state dependent. You can take people with IQs of 130 and you put them in a pressure situation and their problem solving capabilities will decay to exhibit a problem solving capability of an IQ of about 105. And that's a 25-point drop, literally can happen in 3 minutes. And it's not because they really have an IQ of 105. It's just because you put them under pressure and their ability to function in that moment was compromised. And this happens day in and day out with kids who've been exposed to trauma or exposed to patterns of stress activation where there's unpredictability or chaos. It doesn't have to be these extreme capital T traumas. It can be kids living in poverty, kids that have housing or food insecurity, kids that are marginalized or feel like they don't belong because they're immigrants or they're not the right color or not the right religion. And that will literally activate your stress response system in ways that make it activate and shut down the cortex. And so these kids will have a harder time in school. It all starts from a sense of safety. And because of the way human beings are organized, human beings are very relational creatures. We're social animals, right? And so if you feel as if you belong, you feel safe. I could go into the really complex neurobiology, but the bottom line is that there's systems in our brain that are involved in helping us judge whether or not we belong or whether or not we don't belong. And if we get the sense from our peers and from our teacher that we belong, we feel safe. And when you feel safe, your cortex is open for business. And this is why things like bullying are so toxic. When you're starting to be extruded by other kids in your class for whatever reason, and the teachers may not catch that, this child is going to be dysregulated and not feel like they belong. They won't feel safe in the classroom and they won't learn. And it's one of the things that we try to help educators learn more about when we use this neurosequential model.
Okay, let's talk now about the influence of trauma on the psyche of the child. Okay, so we've talked now quite a bit about the influence of trauma on the brain development, physical, the nervous system of the child, but what's happening to the psyche of the child? And this is just as important to take note of, because we will see this play out in the child's behavior, and it helps us and also people around the traumatized child to understand better. So if you think back about the house drawing that I did this morning, just to make it again, the psyche of the child, trauma that is unbearable is stored in the unconscious. Now, just for sake of demonstration, let's say this is the basement of the house. This is the unconscious. So anything that happens to a child at any time in their life that is too much to handle, that evoke a life-threatening situation or is emotionally too hard, will be suppressed. And that we often see with things like sexual abuse, where there's no cognitive recollection of that whatsoever. And even sometimes in adult years, like years later, the person started having nightmares about it, and it gradually started to come back. So two ways that it will be suppressed. So one is when, like I said this morning, when the child was too young and there's not a conscious part of the personality, there's not an ego, it automatically goes here. And the second one is the child do have an ego, but what has happened is unbearable to it's unbearable. And it is kept here by defense mechanisms. Now, so the next thing to take note of is what is defense mechanisms. So defense mechanisms, literally what happens in the unconscious of the child is there, the trauma is kept there, and the psyche makes very sure that the trauma cannot escape to conscious level, because it's going to overwhelm the child and can make the child even lose contact with reality, becoming psychotic. So the work of defenses is to protect. What does it protect against? It protects against anxiety, but it robs the child of an enormous amount of energy, because the psychic energy that is necessary for normal life tasks is now used to keep the defenses in place. Now, if you think about types of, there's lots of defenses, but I think the most prevalent ones in trauma is denial, that I've already explained. So it just didn't happen. A child, often your kids in substitute care will absolutely idealize their parents. I've never had a children's home child that come for therapy that would initially, and sometimes even throughout, would say, like, I was removed. And they might describe some of the behavior of the parent, like my mom disappeared 3 times, or I was exposed to my mom and her boyfriend's sexual activities, but they they will not go, they will keep on idealizing the parent and longing for the parent. And the longer they are removed from the parent, the more the brain suppresses the bad parts, and they just, like, remember the possible good parts, or they are just creating in fantasy parts that never even exist. So denial, the other one is minimizing. So it did happen, but it wasn't that bad. Now, and then minimizing is also a way of if you really have to accept that your parent doesn't have the capability to love you, if you really have to accept that you're only an object for your parent, you're objectified to carry the parent's image like narcissistic parents do, that's for most kids, it's too hard to handle. I even now had a student that I'm working with, and her dad is quite narcissistic, and then he's in her life, and then he disappeared, and then he's back. And we spoke about, okay, so your dad has an emotional disability, and he's just not able to approach you and maintain contact with you. So in his case specifically, if you want to have contact, it would be better if you reestablish contact, because if she doesn't, her abandonment is triggered to such an extent that totally paralyzed and take her to dissociation. So yeah, it's a hard thing to take the full, it's often something that adults can only do in their 50s and 60s, if ever, go to the abandonment of a parent. So minimizing. And then the big one that we see with trauma is compartmentalization. So the trauma is stored in different little drawers in the unconscious here. And that's why where the parts work come in, what my course will be about. So the one part is not necessarily aware of the other part. It can be different states of either derealization, depersonalization, or full-blown dissociation. So what you will see, and it's very interesting now, what you will see on conscious level, here on ego level, is a child that can go on with normal life sometimes. You can get a child that get very good academic achievements. You can get a child that I almost want to say that have leadership positions, that goes on, that have a part that can go on with normal life, but that part is totally cut off from all the other different compartments where there's a very scared child part, where there's a rebellious part, an abandonment part, alienated part, like a submissive part, whatever parts here in the unconscious. Okay, so the purpose, like I've just said, of defense mechanisms is to defend the child from re-experiencing traumatic memories and unbearable anxiety. And okay, now the next very important thing to describe is let me just get my drawing, erase that one and make a new drawing. Oh, I actually have an illustration of that. The unconscious of the child split into two if there is prolonged trauma. And this is what is important to understand, because this is what we're going to see in outside life. One part of the child regressed to a younger age where the child last felt safe. So you will see in one child, a teenager, you might see a part that is way older than the child is. So the child might be 16, a part of the child acts on age 40. Even sometimes with younger children, if you do, for example, a house tree person projection and you ask them how old is a person, I recently had a child that has a very old soul type of wiring. And the child said this person is 55. And I asked, what does this person wish? And he said he wished he was only 25. I don't want to be so progressed in my psyche because it made me not fit in with other kids. So one part regress and another part progresses. So the psyche split in two, the unconscious split in two, and this is in the unconscious. It's not a conscious thing. So one part is much smaller, and that's a part that bedwets, that cannot potty train, that wants to sleep with the parents in the bed, although the child's already 10 years old, or with the children's home mother or whoever. That shows young child behavior. Other part progress and grows up too quickly and lose childhood innocence forever. Now let's look at the picture. How does that look? So the progress part again divide into two subparts. So the progress part is the part that grow up too quickly. Now, not the regress part, the other part, the opposite part. Subdivides into an inner persecutor and an inner protector. The inner persecutor is a voice, and it's very much depicted in the projections of children with a negative mother, like a witch or, a harsh mothering figure, that the persecutor keep on re-traumatizing the child by giving the child the messages of it is all your fault and you are guilty. Now, I mean, can you imagine how re-traumatizing that is to a child? Because even if you're out of the outside trauma, you're removed from that. In a safe situation, the inner trauma and the inner persecution goes on and on and on. And the other part is the inner protector. That is the part that tells the child, no one must ever know what happened. I will keep you safe. And then, like the story of Rapunzel, now, where the mother said to Rapunzel, don't you ever leave this tower. Now, you will not survive in the outside world. And as a therapist, we are kind of working against this voice, because you want the child to get healed and to get out of the self-care system that's in the unconscious that is split into two. But this voice is telling the child, don't trust the therapist. Don't tell her about what happened. You're going to get hurt again. And that's why we get sometimes a subtle, just extreme resistance in therapy. So what do they do? They go into the trauma bond, they protect the abusers, idealize the abusers, and hate themselves. It's easier to hate yourself and to blame yourself than to accept that your biological parents specifically or other important people in your life cannot love you. That abandonment, the pain of that is more painful than to hate yourself and blame yourself. That's the consequence of this. All right, so now we sit with a child that have a split in their psyche. So sometimes we see this young part and sometimes we see the too old part. Sometimes we see the results of the inner persecutor when the child becomes suicidal because it's the inner persecutor that would give the child a death wish, that will tell the child inside, life's not worthwhile. Why even bother? Nothing is worthwhile. It would be better if you die. That wants to organize an escape for the child. So a child can also have a traumatized child can also have a suicidal part. Now, and the work of the suicidal part is to organize an escape from the unbearable situation or pain. Okay, so sometimes we see that part, and sometimes we see the inner protector where a child just refuse to disclose or talk about what really happened in their life. And apart from us as therapists that have the difficult task of helping the split to become reconciled, and I mean, I addressed that in some of my other courses, how to do that, and will extensively address that in the new course. But people outside, we need to explain this to parents, teachers, and other caregivers, because otherwise they don't understand that the child has this grown-up part. Where does it come from? They don't understand that the child blamed themselves for the trauma. They don't understand where the self-hate and self-loathing comes from, which is from the inner persecutor. And they don't understand that the same child that can have this too mature part can have this extreme regress part. Now, so it's really important to I almost want to say to explain that and to help them just on basic level, just in the way that I've explained it now, to understand that this is what early childhood trauma that is prolonged due to the psyche of a child. And this, whenever there's a split in the psyche of a child now, or when there's a split which can go on into adult years as well, you might get this fluctuation between the too adult and the too young and the too adult and too young, and it's difficult. It can be quite confusing to understand. Okay, so trauma-informed versus non-trauma-informed environments. A one-size-fits-all approach does not work. I think that's quite clear after this morning's work. Traumatized children have their own private logic. So here you can see an example of the inside world of a traumatized child. And what was so interesting here is the child was asking for a piece of rope. And the superhero, you can see here, this was the inner persecutor that I've just talked about. So what we can see in the projections of traumatized children when they have this split in the psyche, you're going to see often a witch part. You're going to see the negative mother part, the persecutor protector part, and you're going to see the regress part in the form of either a little baby or a little baby animal or something that's fragile. In this case, this was the internal persecutor, and then the superhero part. Now, the part that needed to rescue, that the part that the child needed to access to help them get out of the self-care system was binded with you see that what's happening there now. So it's literally, it's helpless, it's paralyzed, it's in bondage. So part of the healing work with these kids is to help them to get out of the grip of the inner persecutor and protector, and then to get back to the real self, because the work of the split, the work of the self-care system in the unconscious is to preserve the essence of the child, the soul of the child. Because some of the kids, I mean, a child of, the other day I read in the newspaper of a child as young, I think was 3 years, that was raped. I was so angry. I was just thinking, what does that do to a psyche of a child? Now, in order to stay alive, the psyche doesn't have an option than to split and suppress that and lock it up in a self-care system where there's this regress and progress part. The work of that is to preserve the essence of the child. But eventually, in therapy, even if it's only in adult years, we want the traumatized person to connect with that essence again, to find their true self, the self that has been buried since they have been a child, that was too scared to come out. And I think this is just a very good example of how it would look in the play of a child. Okay, what I want to do now is just to help your brains rest a bit, is I want to put you, I'm going to put you in breakout rooms, and 3 breakout rooms are free. So I'm just going to ask Zoom to do that at random. And I just want to give you 15, 20 minutes, yeah, let's say 20 minutes to discuss a little bit with each other, just what's on your heart after this morning's work. How does this apply to the where you're working, what you think about it, does it make sense to you? Whatever is on your heart that you want to share, because I think it's important to hear from colleagues as well. What do they think about that? And then we'll come back and have another 20 minutes, yeah, for 20 minutes or so before we have our lunch break. All right, so here you go. Just talk with each other, whatever's on your heart to share in terms of the work that we've done this morning. There we go. Welcome back, everyone. I hope that it was good to just share a little bit of where you all are in terms of the work that you've done this morning. You are going to get more opportunities to do that. So if you felt the time was not enough, this was just an initial meeting up with each other and just talking about your own experiences of this. So the next thing that we're gonna spend a bit of time, most of the rest of today, is on the different clusters of the effect that trauma have on, in terms of ages, but also in terms of different areas of development that will bring us tomorrow to the stress profiles and how to assess that. So here is a video clip that I want to show. Okay. And yeah, then we will watch, actually we're going to watch a few clips till lunchtime. So this is the first one.
But the research has shown that infants actually can have an enormous ability to sense others' anxiety. And because we hold infants very close to us when we do, and apparently when we as adults are stressed, we exude a different scent. And infants can smell that. And as they smell it, they too begin to become very anxious. They inherit our anxiety. And as a result, often they may fail to thrive, they may become difficult to soothe, they can resist contact, and they don't really respond to human stimulation in the way they would under other circumstances.
So what about our toddler friends?
Well, toddlers may end up experiencing language delays if they were sort of developing their language and all of a sudden their language just isn't coming along the way it was before. Resort to aggressive behavior to express their feelings of uncertainty. Often they'll engage in a lot of temper tantrums. But some other kids may become withdrawn and resist efforts to interact with others who are trying to comfort them. And separation is going to be very hard for toddlers. They're at that age where it's not easy anyway. But because they are fearful and maybe worried that that person won't return, there is a great deal more separation anxiety than there would be under normal circumstances, though I don't really know how to define normal anymore, but previous to COVID-19.
Yeah. So what about our preschoolers?
Well, when they have been exposed to trauma, may be very hypervigilant because they don't have a good sense of social relationships. And they may become, which I thought was very interesting when I was researching this, attached indiscriminately, even to acquaintances and total strangers, because they're looking to make the contact and they're really kind of lost with all the social cues and what is really expected of them and what people are really feeling. I think there's a lot of confusion for them right now. And often what will happen is they will misinterpret facial expressions and body language in a negative way, even though you might not mean it. And because these guys generally are in what's called an egocentric state, some of them may blame themselves for the stress around them and see things through a sense of shame and worthlessness. And they'll struggle with strong emotions and often express their frustration because they become much more easily frustrated through their bodies becoming provoked to unprovoked aggression, particularly in moments of emotional closeness where you might think you're holding them and everything seems fine, and all of a sudden they'll push you away. With the parent, well, I'm really kind of talking with families. They must have experienced that, especially during sheltering in place. And a lot of times, even though they had good play skills prior to all of this, they may suddenly regress. And especially if play involves symbols and language, such as dramatic play. But dramatic play becomes very important for them because this is where they basically look and experience what's happening in the adult world and put it into their own perspective so they can deal with it. But the other thing that happens is, I think not only have we all felt that we have lost total control of what we can and can't do, I think young children have also feel that they've lost control. So they might try to control everyone and everything in their environment in order to help them feel safe. Both toddlers and preschoolers, probably some of them, not all of them. And you have to remember, some of them are going to walk into the childcare center as though nothing had happened almost. They'll be so happy to see their friends. But others may suddenly engage in regressive behavior such as thumb sucking, whining, even having difficulty with toilet training issues. So kids who maybe were out of diapers might go back into diapers.
I agree. So then, that brings us, we've talked about our infants, our toddlers and preschoolers, and that brings us to our school agers. I have a school ager at home myself, so I'm very interested to hear what you have to say about the things to look out for with our school agers.
Well, one of the important things is, as they get older, there might have been kids who've already experienced trauma prior to COVID-19. And these kids are going to be much more easily triggered or set off and have a harder time struggling with self-regulation and lacking impulse control or the ability to think through the consequences before acting. But they are all probably going to become, and I'm sure you noticed this with your own child, very easily overwhelmed. Give up on even small tasks that present a challenge where they might have been more persistent before. They somehow don't have that self-control to stick with it. They may behave in ways that appear unpredictable, oppositional, volatile, and extreme, and often react defensively when normally they wouldn't have. They might just become very defensive and feel attacked because they are perceiving things through a very different lens. And others may at times be very over-controlled so that they're, not doing any of these things, very rigid and unusually compliant. And some might even appear spacey and detached and out of touch with reality. Because everyone responds so differently, it's something that, to be aware of. The chances are, if there are any changes in older children's behavior, even younger children's behavior, that it is a consequence of what they're experiencing. And so to help them learn how to deal with it and focus on building their resilience, because childhood trauma puts children of any age at a greater risk for developing social processing impairments that will later affect their social perception and their ability to interact with their peers and others. So we have to remember that children who've experienced trauma, especially, and some of these older children, and I think teachers need to be aware of this, they're going to have short-term memory issues, which will make it difficult for them to remember what's asked of them. So when teachers give directions, do it one at a time. And the neuropsychological research suggests that children who've experienced neglect or physical abuse prior to this, and maybe even during COVID-19 while sheltering in place, can have problems in attention, adapting behavior to suit it to different situations. So transitioning from task to task or class to class or activity to activity can be very, very hard for them. So regardless of the children's ages, we need to help make those transitions smooth and reduce the frequency as much as possible.
If you're looking,
Okay. There's time, I think, for one more.
let me start with, what does it look like in school? What do these impacts look like in school? And I'm going to talk about academics, behavior, and relationships. And on the academic side, I'm going to talk about two areas. One is foundations for learning, and the other is learning process. In foundations for learning, the first thing is language, the ability to comprehend and utilize expressive language, both verbally and non-verbally. Ability to understand body language or nonverbal elements of communication can be as hindered as the linguistic side. And again, I want to be clear, not every child presents with this, but as I go through the list, pick one or two and see what that does to the child's ability to perform in school. And so ability to process and utilize language. Memory, particularly sequential memory, cause effect, if A, then B. The ability to develop meaningful chronologies. Think about how we teach critical thinking in ELA. We read a story. Before we get to the end of the story, we say, what do you think is going to happen next? We're asking the child to take information, organize it, and make a reasonable prediction about what might happen next. And whether they get the right answer or not isn't the issue. The issue is, can they utilize this process? Because that is the critical thinking we want to teach them. Mindful, upper brain level mindful. Right? Think about a student who's impacted by traumatic experience and can't create these sequential cause-effect chronologies. I watched a second grade child in a reading group, oral reading, and the teacher's reading a book about two kids. Money, going to the store, buy bread and milk. And the students are listening, kids get to the front of the store, she stops the store and says, what do you think is going to happen next, children? This one kid's raising his hand like frantically. She goes, yes. Joey, tell us, what do you think is going to happen next? Oh, they're going to buy a dog. And she dealt with that in a very nice way, well, they're going to buy something, but it's not a dog. And, does anyone else? And it was bread and milk, and so everything's cool. After the lesson, I sit with the child and the child's, someone who knows the child. And I asked him, I said, why did you say dog? And he said, I always wanted a dog. And I know they were going to buy something, but I figured, why not a dog? Well, is he really developing critical thinking? I mean, he got a couple of pieces. They're at the store, they're going to buy something. But the whole thing of mom asking, bread, milk, here's the money. I mean, think of that chronology. He's taking his own desires and wants, he's projecting it into the story. It's not about critical thinking for him. It's about, I got a couple of pieces out of the story. Let me kind of project my own piece in. That's the way it goes, right? Let's talk about academic performance, learning process, ability to get work done. And I start here with executive function. Executive function is something we do every day. It's about identifying a goal, creating a plan to accomplish that goal, executing the plan, taking the action, and then stepping back and saying, how'd that work for me? Reviewing that. And if it worked for me, I was able to get that task done in an effective way, as I define effective, then I'm going to remember that process. I'm going to store it away, and the next time I have to do that, I'm going to reach out, grab it, and I'm going to bring it in. I'm going to use it again. And what did I just describe? A remembered cause-effect chronology of goal setting, planning, execution, and review. If I have trouble with sequential memory, if I have trouble with cause effect, I'm not going to be able to do this. Every time I'm presenting a task, it's going to be like it's the first time I've seen that task. I come into your classroom and we've been doing it this way all year long, but maybe I'm still struggling with how do I begin this task? Transitions can be very difficult for students impacted by traumatic experience. Think about that student who's, those MRI pictures. Now he comes into the classroom, sits in the back corner of the room, got a whiteboard here, bunch of windows there, and scanning. What's the noise in the hallway? How close is the teacher to me? Is he talking about me? What's that noise over there? And they're constantly scanning, looking for it. Think of your own self when you don't feel safe. How, we have all these filters that kind of keep extraneous information away from us, right? We filter stuff out, we stay focused, right? But when we're not feeling safe, what happens to those filters? Boom, they're down. I'm hearing everything. Well, here's this child in the back of the room hearing everything, seeing everything. And it gets kind of quiet, transition's done, kids are and the classroom gets quiet because now people have work to do and they're starting to do the work. And so the child goes, oh, okay, well, okay, so what's happening here? And there's a paper on his desk and people are working. And it would be great if that child raised their hand and said, excuse me, I've been a little hypervigilant here in the back of the room, and I don't have any idea about what this paper is about. Could you help me out? It actually would be great, wouldn't it? After that much self-worth. But of course, they don't do that. In the best of circumstances, you get a student who has skills to get through the lesson. Name, date. Is there a word bank around? What's Eddie doing? Joe, don't look at Eddie's paper. You can do this yourself. Okay, right? That's the best. And again, we're not building framework, cognitive scaffolding. We're developing splinter skills to get through the lesson. Let me get through. Let me get to the end of this period. This student, will use these different skills to get through the lesson, and that's the best situation. Imagine the student says, I'm not working today. Tears the paper in half, throws an F-bomb out. I used to think that F-bombs didn't occur in elementary school. I know, naive Joe. Really. So that's transitions and how they can be difficult. Attention. Now think about this student I just described, who's paying all this attention to all this stuff. Is this student, because a lot of these kids will come with ADHD diagnoses. But what they found is it's not that they're not paying attention. They're in fact paying very close attention to all the wrong stuff, right? Tone of voice, physical space, things that are happening that we're probably filtering out. I worked with this child, and I was walking down the hallway early in the morning, and I walked by the teacher's room. She goes, Joe, we're not starting the day well. Do you have a few minutes? Sure. Come on. So we go for a walk. We sit down in a space that's available. And I say, what's up? And we're talking, and he's just somewhere else. You can see it in his eyes. He's not with me. He's somewhere else. And I go, oh, what's up? What's going on? And I know him pretty well. And he goes, do you hear that noise? And I listen quietly, and I can't hear it. And I'm thinking, oh, great auditory hallucinations. I said, no, really, what noise? He goes, it's like a machine. And I listen again, and you hear this very faint, low frequency rumble of heavy equipment. I go, that noise? He goes, yeah. I said, yeah. He goes, yeah, I hear it. He goes, do you think they're going to dig and hit a gas pipe like what happened on Elm Street last week? And the week before, in the city, backhoe had been digging on the street, accidentally hit a gas line. Gas went into the house, blew the house to smithereens. Now, fortunately, there was no one home. But he comes into school, he hears that low frequency that most of us are totally tuned out. And he's sitting in that class wondering, where do I go when the school blows up? When is the school? Is it now? Is it now? So he's in this agitated, hypervigilant state. And I say, oh, they're just spreading dirt out on the playground out there. He goes, really? So we get up and we walk out, and there's a big bulldozer spreading a pile of dirt. I said, see, they're not digging, Mm-mm. We stopped the nice person driving the Caterpillar bulldozer. I said, excuse me, go ahead, ask him. Are you going to be digging any holes? No, Sonny, we're just spreading dirt today, not digging any holes. And you watch this child, just relax. All that tension went out because the school wasn't going to blow up because of the gas leak, right? Went back in. I didn't see him for the rest of the day, so I'm assuming he had a pretty good rest of the day, right? But that's, when we talk about attention and hearing all this and where are they, gives you a sense of what can be going on in the heads.
Okay, we're gonna very soon break for lunch. Yeah, I think also it's an excellent video. I'm actually going to show you 2 more clips after lunch, but what you just saw is one way of intervening, one way of supporting traumatized children. Now, as this child couldn't learn, and the guy checked in with him in a one-on-one situation where he was not exposed to shame. The child in this case was able to say, like, do you hear the noise? And children who are traumatized, especially children who are growing up in abusive situations, unpredictable environments, are very good, very well with sensory cues and nonverbal signs, because that for them is the difference between life and death. So I think it was an excellent example of what to do and how to help a child to get back into their window of tolerance. Okay, we're going to break till 2 o'clock. After 2, most of the afternoon, we're going to spend more time on clusters of trauma symptoms, but we're first going to listen to a bit more of what this wonderful dynamic guy has to say. See you at 2 o'clock exactly. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a good brain break over the lunch break. So we are going to look at 2 more short clips of that guy that we watched just before our lunch break. So the next one is about classroom behavior.
Behavior. Now, I've been talking a lot about these hyperactive, impulsive kids, these hypervigilant kids who are ready to overreact. Rapid, unexpected mood shifts. I've been at birthday parties with students where they're smiling and happy one minute. I turn around to cut a slice of cake to give them. I turn around and they're reaching over the table. They've got a friend by the scruff of the neck and they're ready to cold cock them. It's like, well, what's this? Whoa, stop. Right? These hyperactive, reactive, impulsive, labile kids. Then there's another group of students who become aggressive and defiant because they learn over time that if they push back, they can begin to exert a little bit of control in their environment. So for them, it's, how can I control? Maybe I feel a little safer if I can control this. And they start pushing back. And I love these 2 groups of students. And I really do like working with them. But the other reason that I like it isn't just that I like working with them. They're standing there. They're sitting in that classroom. It's like they're raising their hand saying, hey, over here, I'm having a problem. I can't do this. They're letting us know right up front. It's the third group that I sometimes worry about, and they're here, which is the group that's learned that if I can stay off the radar, if I can stay under the radar, if I can just stay not in anyone's attention, I'm going to be okay. I'm going to be safe. And when I was first a licensed psychologist, I was working in a K through 12, small K through 12 system, and I had my office in the high school. And I would always go to the high school first thing in the morning because they started first, then the middle school, then the elementary school. This is a long time ago, so like the high school didn't even have rotating schedules or whatever. It was my first job out. And I was pretty excited. I had an office with a window. I didn't have to test in the cafeteria. It was pretty good stuff. And the second or third day I was there, I'm in the guidance office, and the guidance secretary introduces me to this wonderful young lady who's beginning her junior year. And we start talking, just, hi, how you doing? And you know, some people you meet, you hit it off right away. You can talk, you enjoy it. It's like a free flow, it just works. Well, she and I were that way. We got along. It was fun chatting with her. And I said hello, and she, not like she was an honor student. She was an average kid in the high school, probably C+, B- average, just an average kid. And she would come down to see me 3, 4 days a week. I could almost count if I was beginning the day in the high school that she was going to be there and she and I would chat. And it was enjoyable. And we did that for 2 years. She graduated, she left. 12 years after she graduated, I got a letter. And I'd be lying if I didn't tell you. It took me 5, 10 minutes to remember who she was, because of course, I got the letter and my radar is, which special needs student is this? But she wasn't. And then I remembered, oh. And I'm reading the letter. And she was thanking me for being there for her. That her dad was physically abusing her on a regular basis. That school was her safe place. I was transitioned into school. I was, okay, I'm in school. Now, why me? Now, I can assure you it had nothing to do with clinical skill. And I think it's because I was young, that we had that connection. Just for whatever reason, it was fun talking to each other. And I think she felt it like I felt it. So it was enjoyable. And I didn't live in town. So that awkward meeting in the supermarket, she and Dad are buying groceries. I'm there and I go, oh, hi, how you doing? And he goes, who's that? Oh, that's the school psychologist I see 3 or 4 mornings a week, right? So they're here and we don't know who they are. And we're not going to be able to find them. But the kids are here. And you look at all this behavior, whether it's aggressive, whether it's sort of withdrawn under the radar, reactive, impulsive, the common thread here is the student's sense of safety. How do I keep myself safe?
Sure. That's, I think that's so true. Now, in the end, all of what we have spoken about this morning is about safety. In whatever way children can find that safety. Okay, here is the last one.
Now, relationships. Think about the students, some of the issues I've been describing. The impulsive, overly reactive individual, right? Happy 1 minute, ready to duke it out with you the next minute. Think about the person with the language or the sequential, organized sequential cause-effect language issues. The person, think about them trying to tell you a joke. They tell you the punchline, right? You ever had to talk to someone, they tell you the punchline, the joke, oh, forget I said that. Then they start telling you the joke and we're polite, so we listen. Oh, that's cute, oh, that's nice. But we know where it's going. It's like, can you speed it up? I'd like this to end, right? So they don't have the language, they're impulsive, overreactive. Who wants to be this person's friend? And in fact, usually not many. Students oftentimes really want connection and are very good at those initial components of connection, but don't really know where to take it after that. Again, the mindful brain isn't working, the reactive brain is working. So something might happen at recess, overreaction. Something happens in a line, someone stumbles on them, they're pushing back, right? And if you look at some of Daniel Goleman's work on social skill, he is the gentleman who came up with the concept of emotional intelligence. Social skill, in his definition, is really a combination of social awareness, empathy, if you will, right? I recognize what's going on in you as an individual or within this group. I recognize it and I can empathize with it. I understand it. And self-regulation. I have a range of ways I can respond to what I'm perceiving socially. So let me choose the one that I think is most appropriate to what I'm perceiving. So we select the right behavior to go with our correct perception of the social setting, social skill. And you'll notice that they all leverage off of self-awareness. The self-awareness of the individual is the cornerstone of social skill. Without self-awareness, if I don't know what it's like to feel happy, sad, if I can't recognize that in me, how do I recognize that in you? So my ability to read and empathize in a situation is extraordinarily hampered if I don't have that skill. Likewise, if I'm not self-aware of what I'm doing, if I'm totally reactive, it's not like I'm thinking about, gee, how do I want to behave in that situation? I'm just reacting. That's not regulation, that's reaction. So if I'm not self-aware of, I have choices, let me slow down, let me be thoughtful here, I have no self-regulation. And so in this context, you can see how a lot of the impacts we've been talking about academically, behaviorally, can show up and have dramatically negative impacts on a child's ability to develop relationships.
Okay. So although we can't talk about that now individually, I'm wondering if you agree and if that makes sense. Now, I think it brings me back to the domino effect of trauma. Now that absolutely, and we're actually going to spend some time on that, on the clusters now of struggle that these kids have. But one thing lead to another and another and another. And it's almost like they are disabled in lots of different categories. Now, so I always think to myself, the mere fact that they are able to concentrate and to, like, I almost want to say, be able to do some work in school is already a miracle, especially some of the extreme traumatized kids. Okay, let's talk a moment about principles when assisting these children. So one of the things are called going back. Now, often with going back, it will now be determined by your specific role. As a professional, you might have access to previous reports or the history of the child. As a foster parent or a school teacher, you might not have access to that. Now, we know that there's the ethics, the law of confidentiality. I specifically think that it is quite important in whatever way, even in protecting the confidentiality, for everyone involved in the child's caregiving to have an understanding. It doesn't have to have the exact thing that the child was sexually abused in this way at 3.5 years, but to have an understanding of the type of gaps that there is in the child's development. It's hard. I had a case the other day of a child that will be placed into foster care. I'm just a therapist of the child. I'm not involved in any of the legal social work part of that. And the social worker asked me to prepare the parents, the foster parents, for this in terms of the child's trauma symptoms. So as I was doing the session, I was like, okay, so I know things that they don't know. One of the things is I wanted to explain, because the child is it started going for day visits and then weekend visits and so. And every time she see the foster parent, she say to them, when I come and stay with you forever, I don't want to sleep alone. Please, I don't want to, just promise me I won't sleep alone. Okay, so for me, in terms of the trauma and what she's been through and kind of almost growing up herself, I understood why that was so, and understood it out of the trauma symptoms. The foster mother was, like she was like, no, I want the child to sleep on her own. I want the child, like I will use a behavioral chart or a star chart or whatever I can, but don't want a child to sleep with us in the room. And I was sitting and I was wondering, okay, I wonder if the child at all will be able to do that, because she has severe trauma symptoms. She's hypervigilant about being alienated and abandoned. But I also don't have the permission to give the exact detail of why. So I kind of worked in between and just said, I'm not sure if that's going to work out initially. This is what we can try. You can sit with her in her room and sit with her till she sleep, and maybe with the permission that if you wake up at night, if you're scared, you can anytime come to us. But awareness of gaps, the identification of the child's emotional age. This might fluctuate, as we've spoken earlier today, most probably depending on the child's level of ego strength, the child's functioning, the child's safety. The child might, like today function at age 3, and maybe tomorrow as more be like a baby and spoke baby language, and the day after that be 5. But roundabout, it helps a lot. I've found over and over when I work with traumatized children, and I determine through the child's play in my assessment roundabout at what age the child is emotionally. And I go back to the parents and I say to them, okay, so if we if you look at this child as only 18 months old and not 5, how would you react differently when the child show A, B, and C behavior? And immediately, for example, oh no, like we wouldn't put an 18-month-old child in timeout. We wouldn't smack a child of 18 months old. We wouldn't most probably shout at the child. We wouldn't leave that child without a supervision, because what often happen also with these kids on the playground or at the children's home or foster home is that some of these kids now, you can't leave them a moment without supervision, because at the functional age that they are impulsive. They don't consider cause effect, as you just heard on the video clip. So one of the kids, in a moment when she was constantly pushed by a sibling, one of my traumatized clients, she lost it, and she take the sibling and like pushed her against the wall and really hurt her. She could kill her. So it helps a lot to understand. So if in doubt, go lower and slower, and rather look at the child at that age, because then our whole way of handling the child change. Now, that doesn't mean that we must only look at that age, because the split is that part is on that age and part is having to do work of grade 2, 3, or 4. But especially when it comes with behavior, with co-regulation and what to do if a child shows certain behavior, always treat the child at that age. So what I explain to parents, teachers, and whoever is that we need to meet the child at the level of regression and help the child grow up and at a certain stage reach age level. And like we've said earlier today, that takes a lot of thousands of repetitions in the brain in terms of positive attachment in a change situation, and I'm safe now, and I will not be left again and so. But it's actually the word that is used is reparenting. Now, so the child needs to be reparented where the child was not parented, and repatterning of brain patterns with that. So for the parent, in any given moment when there's acting out or acting in, ask yourself from which brain story. So you remember the brain stories, the brain stem, the limbic system, the cortical area. Am I safe? Am I loved? What can I learn from this? So this helped very well for caregivers. It's simplified enough for them to learn before they act. So 3 relevant questions then is, what does this child's behavior tell us? I'm thinking about the example that the guy in the video gave about that child that was asking, do you hear the noise? Or child that's suddenly hiding, or like you just said in the last, was it the last or the second last tip, even children that are aggressive and acting out is showing us something about, I'm not ready for this, I'm not coping, I don't feel safe. Now, what does it tell us? The second one is, what does this child need most now in the moment? Difficult if you have a group of children, like in a school situation, but I'm just wondering, is this question even coming up in everyday situations in systems? Is it actually a question that come up in the moment when there are troubling behavior or a child react in an awkward way that doesn't make sense? And then what do we do? Okay. Now, if in doubt, so if you're not sure what the child need now, go lower on the levels of the brain. So don't teach, preach, and moralize. Don't try to tell the child, give a long lecture around what will be the consequences if you keep on doing this, because that is on the cortical level of what can I learn from this. And often a child's trauma-related behavior that concerns us is not, that part of the brain is switched off. Now, the child, it has no effect on the child. The middle part is the attachment part, probably that can help, but go lower and slower. Slower is always a good idea. faster. So it's a parent or the caregiver or the adult, whap, 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 or shout at the child, those type of things. No, that's not working. And one of the important things also that adults need to understand is for kids who could yesterday dress themselves and today cannot, it's not I do not want to, but I cannot, because today something has triggered me. The trigger put me in a more regressed position, and today I'm not able to. It's not as much opposition. Now, all right, so 2 relevant things to do. One, they are mostly not conscious of what they do. This is one of the most important principles of the workshop, and something that I use constantly in my practice work with whoever is involved with a child, teacher, other professional, parents, foster parents, and so forth, children's home parents. The child don't do this on purpose. The child is not conscious of what he or she has done or is doing. So, one, give them a more effective way to regulate. So we're going to talk a lot about that once we come to the point of what do we do. Now we will get to the inner detail of that, but what is a better way to regulate for where they are now? And the second one, make them conscious of where the energy is showing up in their bodies. Now, something that is used, an activity that is used a lot in trauma work that actually feels so simplified, but it's, you would not believe me how effective that is a simple, so a gingerbread figure and a body scan. We use it so, okay, that's a gingerbread figure. So the body scan, the felt sense. Now, where in your body, where do you feel that you're gonna explode? Or even if we talk about a specific situation in terms of different emotions, if you talk about the trauma, if you talk about the abuse, if you talk about how you're feeling today after the violence in the home yesterday, where in your body do you feel the anger? Where do you feel the paralyzed feeling? So sometimes a sensation is not just always an emotion. It's about energy. Where in your body do you feel, like worked up, like maybe having palpitations, having butterflies? In whatever way the child explained that, if we give them paint or draw or coloring pencils, and they draw that in, you would be so surprised at how how much sense it makes in terms of where's that energy. And often when the head is shot down, now the energy will be here on bodily level, on instinctual level. So that brings us back why the child cannot concentrate. So it helps them. It's part of getting healed, because if I know where the energy show up in my body, I can identify that, and I know that, okay, I'm on the brink of getting dysregulated. So clusters of trauma-related behavior, we're just going to go in a bit much more detail than what we saw on the clip. So the first cluster that goes also with post-traumatic stress disorder. Now, post-traumatic stress disorder is something that need to be diagnosed by a psychiatrist most of the time. I have not seen a lot of kids that come from chronic multiple trauma. In other words, traumatic environments, unsafe environments for years in and years out, that does not have PTSD. So tomorrow we will look at a way to identify the different symptoms and to measure in terms of, does it become better, does it become worse? But the type of behavior that we're going to discuss here has very much to do with different clusters that link up with PTSD, not necessarily just the DSM-5, the definition of that, but a bit more in detail. So avoidance, we're going to talk about that. Numbing, I think I've mentioned quite a bit of that. That goes with the collapse state, the hypoarousal. Detachment, so often, specifically more teenagers, I think they are more fluent to do that, but they tell me that they don't feel anything. No, they just don't feel, re-experiencing is something that can really disrupt the child's behavior, especially in the classroom or wherever they are. Behavioral and psychological alterations. We've had just on that clip, the social problems. I think, when that guy talked about emotional intelligence and the fact that if you're not aware of your own emotions and and can understand that and can manage that, how on earth are you going to be aware on a healthy conscious level, on an empathy level of how others feel? That's not going to play a role in that instinctive decision of what do you do to protect yourself in a situation. Poorly developed ego structure. I think that's very important, because that is often where long-term diagnosis like borderline personality disorder or bipolar disorder, there are quite a few comorbid diagnoses that comes to play there. And if you look back in what is wrong, you will find a child that sometimes teenagers, sometimes you might see the traits earlier, and then it escalates during teenage years. So sometimes this will be a teenager that is admitted once or twice in a psychiatric unit for depression or merely depression and suicidality, and then it goes on in early childhood. Now that behavior, the lack of ability to have a coherent self, which goes with dissociation, with compartmentalization, and that I almost want to say, if you don't have a coherent self where one part of you is aware of the other parts in you, then it's very, very difficult to effectively regulate. All right, let's talk them just a little bit more in detail. So in terms of avoidance, numbing, and detachment, victims' behaviors are often unpredictable, confusing, and violent. And that can, again, re-traumatize the other kids in the class. Now, so what is also troubling is that the non-traumatized children, especially the highly sensitive kids, they can be traumatized by the traumatized child's behavior, the unpredictability of that. So it has a big influence on normal development. Often there's wetting and soiling issues that do not respond to normal therapeutic interventions. Something that is quite common is feces manipulation. One children's home child, or what happened is that in the children's home, there was a child that was smearing feces on the wall. But they could never find the child that's doing that. So the therapist there, she was also trained in art therapy. So she asked all the children, call them in, and as a group activity, asked them to make drawings. And then there was this one child that made this drawing of a car with a block, the rare pipe, the in Afrikaans uitlaat pipe. And she immediately realized that this is most probably the child. So he had such blocked and locked up aggression. That was his way of managing that. So, for us, in terms of whatever is normal functioning, how it wouldn't make sense to do that now. But these kids do that. That's one of the things that they do, and that I think is quite a compulsive, non-conscious activity. All right, so if normal measures of guidance and discipline do not work with a child in any system, post-traumatic stress disorder might be underlying. How does the signs differ from adults? So the one thing is the very rapid onset of physical and emotional agitation with rapid change back to relative calmness. And this is called the light switch effect, so which can be confusing because you'd never know when it's going to start and you never know when it's going to stop. And it's almost, you get that adults will describe the child's behavior. It is as if the child had a switch. Now, so in terms of, and that goes back to that splitting that I talked about earlier now. So often, which is part of a stress episode, that when the child's back to normal calmness, they don't know that they had this agitation. So they have little memory about what upset them or what caused them, which you can think that as a child grows older, they might think they're crazy, Adults sometimes, because if children don't receive therapy for this, these type of symptoms goes on in adulthood. And again, that thing of you get adults that are very well trained professional. They have a part that's very efficient, but then they have these parts because they never received therapy for childhood trauma. The child might become physically agitated and stay like that for hours or days. So you get that also a lot with children in substitute care, that again, you don't know what triggered it, and the child also don't know. And this is where often, like it looks part of the behavior, not necessarily the agitation that goes on for days, but part of it looks like ADHD in terms of low impulse control and that. But part of it's very frequently seen as bipolar disorder. But I think, like most probably, I don't know, some of these kids are diagnosed with bipolar too. But according to me, bipolar is like a mental disease. No, it's not a trauma symptom. So it's almost like it looks like bipolar, but it's actually trauma related. But what I've seen is the medication that help to regulate the mood of someone that has bipolar also helps while regulating this. One of my child clients that really struggled a lot with mood dysregulation because of trauma was diagnosed by the psychiatrist with bipolar 2, and medication was changed. And she says, well, I just feel a lot better because my mood is not going up and down the whole day from very high to very low, very high and very low. Like I said earlier, often the incidents that were traumatic are withheld from the teacher or professional, or not even considered important. And that can also be from the parents' point of view, that sometimes if I give my my intake questionnaire to parents, and I read through that and I look at the child's behavior, I think to myself, but they haven't mentioned anything traumatic here at all. And it's almost like, like something's missing here. And well, sometimes you have to check in again, sometimes with reference to the child's behavior or what happened in the playroom. In my assessment, I can see that it looks like there was early childhood wounding. So go back to the parents and ask again, just think again, was there nothing unstable or traumatic, or that could, when this child is very young? And frequently they understand this thing of a history of smaller stressors, but multiple. For example, there was a brother or sister with chronic illness. And every time when the brother or sister, that could happen in a moment, have to be rushed to a hospital in a different city, then my child client had to go and stay with the grandparents with no preparation because it was a life or death issue. So, shame that the child in one of his sessions, he literally went to the dollhouse and made a room for the doctor on the first floor so that the doctor can stay in the house, most probably as how he feels. But that type of thing, it's not a small stressor, but it's multiple, and it's over a long history of time, and it's no one's fault. It's not like child abuse, but it's still part of the child's history. Okay, patterns of stress responses in a child. So you can get internal or external cues. So like I said earlier, internal is when the child think of something. And that start having an escalating reaction. or be a biological stress reaction, and then external is like, do you hear the sound? Well, anything like any sensory trigger or body trigger. Then the child begins to escalate in emotional and physical agitation. So the child you will see that the child doesn't feel nice, and then the stress peaks. So the child really goes into whatever the child do when the stress is the most. So some of them start self-mutilating, or they look out of contact with reality or so. And then the child reach a stage of exhaustion, and really, again, can be talked a bit as the light switch effect, but also, like the exhaustion. So if there's something that happened at school, it might be that the child fall asleep or wants to sleep or start crying or something like that. So we are going to talk during this week about what can we do as adults that are involved in this child's life to identify early subtle clues that the child's stress levels is building up, because we want to stop. We don't want the child to have continuous stress episodes. It's very bad for the child's mental health and development to go through this continuously. So when we can identify early clues, we can prevent it from happening. So yeah, what you can see afterwards is all kinds of things like fleeing behavior, hiding behaviors under table, desk, closets, running away in the street, away from school, away from the children's home, flushed cheeks, flat affect, and agitation. Okay, so part of avoidance and avoidance as a defense. So avoidance, detachment, numbing, they are all part of the defenses, is that the child do not respond whatsoever if something that has happened in the past is mentioned. So the child is referred because of extreme separation anxiety when the child have to go to school, extreme, must want to say, extreme anxiety symptoms. And then when the child go to the therapist and the therapist do a certain activity and maybe very carefully and gently ask the child, do you also sometimes feel like this or that? Or do you sometimes also get scared? And the child just go into, I never feel like that. No, at all whatsoever. Or when more specifically a person like your mother, or an item or a place where their state is mentioned. Why do children make use of this specific defense? Because they were frequently threatened by the perpetrator. So it's just easier and safer to totally cut off the awareness of what has happened. Part of that is a lack of distress or pain when they are injured. So they have an extremely high pain tolerance. That is quite a typical trait also of physically abused children, sexually abused children. They are just cut off from that body sensation, and like they just don't show any emotion when they are hurt. So the constant high levels of stress, that is the thing that alter the child's pain tolerance. And that's quite a thing that to look out for. Often also, if a child had pain, if the child had needed comforting, the child was, instead of like getting the comfort from an attachment figure, the child was further abused for, like, if you don't stop crying, I will give you something to cry about, or shamed or physically abused. So they had to cut off that. I had an interesting experience recently. So as part of my art and craft material and my practice, I also have Band-Aids. And the children who are traumatized, they don't think at all that it is weird to have this Band-Aids there, because, like when they often, well, apart from the fact that all children love Band-Aids, but I mean, like, a traumatized child will sometimes make a drawing or an artwork, and then on the drawing or the artwork, the painting or something, they would put a band out at the place where they feel their own body is hurt. So it's just randomly there to see if children use it or not and where they use it. So the traumatized kids use it. They want to use it frequently, not just on the artwork, but also on their own body. And I do that and allow that and give a lot of empathy. If they tell me that there's something that aches or pains on the body, then we can put a band-aid there, because that's their way of getting a bit of mothering now. But then I saw a child that came from a good enough family, and a sweet little 4.5-year-old child that had a little bit of separation anxiety to go to the preschool for the first time. So she wanted to do art and craft work, and so got the box out with all the different art and craft thingies, and there was the Band-Aids. And she looked at it and she said to me, "Now, what is this doing here?" And looked puzzled to me. And I said, "You know what? Some kids want to use that as part of their artwork." And she thought that is a crazy idea. So she took the Band-Aids out and put them somewhere else, and felt like, this has nothing to do with art and craft, which I can understand. But it was so prevalent to see the difference now of that, almost want to say, projection in terms of kids who have inner wounds, and that the Band-Aid is a metaphor of getting it better, and a child that don't have that wounds and they just don't need that. Okay, so the attachment patterns varies from very affectionate, caring, and clingy to the one moment to cold, rejecting, and detached the next. This is something that can be very hard for substitute parents, and something that they really need to be prepared for. I think the important thing now, and that is why it's hard if a substitute parent also have a high abandonment sensitivity, because children with this chronic multiple trauma is going to run hot and cold. Now, often they have avoidant attachment. So they developed an avoidant attachment style when they were young. So they can only tolerate a certain amount of closeness. If it comes too close, the fear response in the body is activated, in terms of, you're going to get hurt, you're getting vulnerable, what if you lose this? And the only way to get that control back over that vulnerability is to push whoever is too close away, by being very cold and rejecting and detached and uninterested and stuff like that. Now, that can then sometimes trigger the adults, their own abandonment, in terms of, I've really pouring myself out for this child, I've given such a lot, and the child is acting in a way that's confusing. And sometimes it can also expose a bit of the shadow of the substitute parent, in terms of, I'm taking this child into my care because I'm actually in my shadow expecting something back. And remember what I said earlier this morning, that thing of you can't, you're not going to get it. It's in a sense, a one way. If you feel the calling to take care of, in whatever way, of a traumatized child as an adult, you really need to have a strong sense of self, in terms of, it might take years before they start to reciprocate what you put in, and so. Okay, so either over familiar, and that's so typical children with no boundaries. So this one children's home child, my practice is at my home. And I mean, she would very easily run to my kitchen, open the fridge, and look what is there to eat. So normally I have fruit available. And the other day there was a packet of rusks next to the fruit in the fruit basket. And went and find a fruit, a banana or something, and then saw the rusks, and that thing of, like just grabbing that inner deep feeling of deprivation, and grabbing 3 rusks, immediately start eating it. taking care of my own needs type of thing. Now, I don't bother about that at all. I mean, that's totally fine with me. But a child with proper ego differentiation wouldn't go to an adult's kitchen or wherever and just take stuff. So that is part of the things that we see. Or on the other side, avoiding new people. And then the lack of empathy. So the research has shown that the research done on abused toddlers show that if they are in the environment of someone else that is hurt, another child in the preschool, they act in either one of two ways. The one way is they give too much, like they take the child's pain over as their own, so they can't separate themselves from that pain. But the more prevalent one is they act with aggression towards pain in others. And now you can imagine if that's not addressed in therapy, what's going to happen when they grow older now. So what I've just said is called identification with the aggressor. And what identification with the aggressor literally means is instead of I'm abused, and instead of going into the identification as being a victim or sometimes becoming codependent and, like all the other submit and attach strategies that I've talked about this morning, my unconsciously identified with the abuser and start doing that to others. So it's still a repetition compulsion. So it's still a compulsion to repeat what has happened to me. And remember that I said that compulsion is mostly unconscious, but that will then become the child that becomes a bully at school because the child is bullied at home. So I think we all know that the child who is a bully is also a victim. Now, it's bullied somewhere. So, then you get that if you have siblings that are abused, often, like there's also blurred boundaries. They become extremely protective of each other, that their own egos become fused. Now, so they don't have the proper ego differentiation of this is me, this is you, and this is my young brother. It's almost like, like they will become extremely, not always, but protective of each other. And, if you touch my younger sister at school, I will run and I will knock you out or do something. Now, I will fight like hell. The thing about detachment is that it makes children vulnerable to re-traumatization. Why? Because the moment if you cut off your intuition in terms of what need to warn you, to make use of cognition, in terms of this is not a safe situation, I don't feel safe here, is cut off because you don't feel, you're numb. So then you will end up being in situations where you are re-victimized and over. So often when I work with children or young adults that maybe end up in the psychiatric hospital because of childhood stuff, they have a history, for example, of sexual exploitation. So the first sexual molestation incident was when they were 6 years old at the church, on the church ground. And then again when they were 9, and at age 13 they were raped. And there's a series of sometimes the same type of thing that just continuously happened. It almost feels like a curse. But the thing is, remember we said fight, flight, freeze, collapse, and submit. Now, in terms of avoiding numbing and detachment, is that whenever they are in a situation where another round of abuse happens, for example, sexual exploitation, they just submit to it because it's the easiest way now. And because they are cut off and numb, they don't feel the emotion around that. But I mean, it doesn't mean that they are not traumatized or that it doesn't have a damaging effect on their psyche. So that type of submit, not submit and becoming like I said this morning, the good boy or girl, or submit when someone is in whatever way violating your boundaries or abusing you verbally, physically, emotionally, sexually, whatever way, is to kind of, if I submit, then I can't get hurt. Well, I get hurt, but not so much, and it's get it over and done with. But that lead to the series of the same thing. And then detached and socially awkward behavior. The socially awkward is something that I think is very prevalent. So often you will see in a group of children that there's something that's odd, which is one of it is the light switch, because the aggressive the one moment, friendly the next, then again aggressive. So you can imagine their social relationship is a mess. Or one way of acting is more the kids that are prone to go into the fight response is to dominating other kids. Now, because when I dominate and I decide what's going to happen, what's not going to happen, then I feel strong. So, and obviously that domineering behavior makes them very unpopular. No, I mean, like, no. So then because of the being unpopular, then their social relationships doesn't work out. So they constantly change groups and friendships, and often as teenagers become involved in negative behavior and peer pressure as a way to belong. So alienation is also part of that. They are also, because of the avoidance, numbing, and attachment, they are a target for bullies. On the other hand, because of the submissive behavior, and inside they feel like a misfit. That's something that they might not have the words to tell you that, but if you, for example, ask them to make a drawing of how they feel at school, or like as a younger child, you will see them playing out in their play, or in in interactive play, dynamic play in the sand trails, so that they are an outsider. As an adult later in therapy, they might be able to use the word, I was a misfit, I just didn't fit in. Okay, so often the avoidance, numbing, and detachment can be confused with a child avoiding chores, especially chores. I've worked in situations where the parents get very angry because they feel the child is oppositional towards chores and don't cooperate, and then the child's constantly punished for that. But when I work therapeutically with the child, it's like I don't have the energy for this chores. I'm deeply depressed. I have PTSD symptoms. I don't sleep at night. I wake up several times at night. Like I'm normally awake between 1 and 4, which is a depressive symptom. And then the adults in the environment of that child haven't even considered the possibility of that. No, they just see this child as disobedient or as being extremely stubborn. And then often depending on their temperament, if they're not domineering, they can also be seen as the absolute loner kids. Okay, it's just 7 minutes, then we're going to take a good coffee break, and then we're just going to do the last part for today. Okay, the re-experiencing is then the second part in the cluster of symptoms, can vary in intensity and duration. So they can either recall memories with no emotion or appropriate emotion, or get an absolute rage attack. You can see signs of bodily dissociation while they go into re-experiences, which can happen in the classroom or at home or any place, where daydreaming now, which can now be confused with the inattentive ADHD type, where they're just not focusing. And the eyes are the windows of the soul. Now, so glassy eyes, they're there, but they're not there. Odd play activities with dolls or action figures. Okay, so for those of you who do play therapy, you would see that in your office. But they also play like that outside the playroom, at home or at school, wherever they play, preschool. And the dialogue often sounds too grown up. Now, they will use the same type of words that is used towards them. Now, and if that can be abusive words and swear words and stuff like that. and they do not respond when an adult tries to interrupt their reenactment play. So the thing about the play of traumatized children is that it is very joyless. There's no spontaneous play. It is very literal, and the kids normally, when they play out re-experiencing stuff, is that they are very self-absorbed in it. It's almost like they are not aware of anyone around them. That is why they have the compulsion to play certain things out. So that's why they're not aware even if someone tries to interrupt that. They might also, in an episode of re-experiencing, now imagine the child get this, there's an internal trigger in the classroom. The child start getting hypervigilant symptoms and get into fight and flight and wants to run out of the classroom and is prevented to do that now, or wants to hide or gets panicky now. If an adult challenges their behavior, so let's say, for example, the child suddenly in the classroom hides under the desk. That's not big misbehavior, but if the teacher say in front of the children, the child must get back at their desk or something like that, the child just reacts like a deer caught in headlights. So they might really go then into the immobilized state, the hyperarousal of absolute freezing, flat affect, and avoiding eye contact and not reacting. If a teacher apply normative pressure to the child to comply in the classroom, stress disordered children might be triggered into re-experiencing the pressure during abuse trauma. So they're not always, it's again that thing, it's not I won't, it's I can't. And I can't today handle it. I'm not able to do what you're asking from me. So if the teacher don't understand that, if the teacher is not trauma-informed, then they often apply more pressure to the child or say nasty words or swear at the child or yell at the child. The stress response become worse. All right, so trauma behaviors, they have difficulty to sequence events. There are gaps in their memory. Because there's certain things that they will remember, certain things that they don't remember, certain things are stored in implicit memory, certain things are just a sensation, a bodily feeling, but with no narrative, something that they can tell. Some of the things are just blanked out or substitute with something else. So if, I mean, like we're not talking here about forensic assessment, but I mean, if you keep on pressuring a child that have gaps in their memory, they will confabulate something because they will feel like, well, let me just say anything here because otherwise I'm in trouble. And then they are accused of lies. So that's what I've just said. Now, replacement of a memory with a made-up memory. This is more prevalent for younger children. But yeah, I mean, like, especially if sometimes if there was sexual play between children, parents can extremely act on that and being triggered and keep on asking the child, did this person, this child do that? And what did this child do? And then it end up in this confabulation. So yeah, memories for children under the age of 4, largely sensory sensations, images, and feelings. So the memory is actually fragmented. It's stored in little bits and pieces in the right brain. And yeah, with intergenerational history of abuse. So if the parents also had a history where they were abused, where their parents was not available, they don't recognize the child's behavior as problematic. Now, the school are often the first place that identify here is a problem. And the parents might not be cooperative. They might not come in if they are called in, or they might deny that there's a problem because it directly points to their parenting, or they're just so oblivious because that's the same as what they grow up with. All right, let's take a nice 15-minute break, and then we have our last part for today. 3:15, we will start. Okay, so this is the last part for today, and I know that the work that we are doing here is quite heavy stuff. So it would be very normal if you feel quite exhausted at this time of the day, because we all, in one or other way, have to do with this type of problems, either by working with other adults that don't understand this, or with the behavior and the challenges of that. So, and that you're tired. And tomorrow we are going to be quite more practical. And so today is the day that we focus on the how does the problem look, and tomorrow and the days after that more on what can we do about it. All right, more trauma behaviors. A child that acts like a clown in the classroom. Okay, we've talked about that. Sleep problems in lots of different ways. I want to share with you something interesting. So, I recently attended an international trauma conference with the newest, research. And something that they explained there in terms of the sleep behavior and why so many traumatized people have, problems to fall asleep. What you see with children is because they can't sleep, especially if they're not on a medical treatment. Traumatized children, uh, more towards the teenage years, they start that they go on their cell phones in the middle of the night. They go into chat rooms. They connect with whoever they can connect with, because it's horrible not to be able to sleep, and then also while you are awake to have all kinds of re-experiencing symptoms. But if we have to ask each other, okay, what is the reason, the main reason why they struggle to fall asleep? So what happens often in my work is that they struggle with that, and then they fall asleep in the early mornings. Then they are too tired to wake up for school. So then they start with having all kinds of excuses, from playing sick to whatever the case, why they can't go to school. So then they have, they become more and more and more absent. And lots of them in the end just can't cope in the school system anymore, where they have to be up at early in the morning and so then they drop out or start homeschooling. And then when they homeschool, you'll find the same pattern, but with the difference that they can go to bed 12 o'clock at night or fall asleep at 2 o'clock and then only wake up at 12 in the next morning and do their schoolwork then doing from 12 to at night or whatever. But the pattern, there's a different pattern. And what they explained was actually that, I think it will be nice if I can draw it, because it was for me quite a very interesting fact, is that in terms of your cortisol levels, your stress hormones, is that there's an if you think about levels of energy, if you had a good night of sleep, normally what will happen in the morning, might feel quite awake. So this is level of awake. And then you will get a bit more tired by the time that is lunchtime. So this is lunchtime. And we all know that. We all know about the shift just after lunchtime in a course like this. So you might go for a little nap if you're fortunate enough, and then you feel better. And then by the time that it's evening, when you have to fall asleep, your body, your brain secrete melatonin, and you have a normal rhythm of don't struggle to fall asleep and fall asleep. But the opposite is true of the traumatized person, which might include the children as well, is the pattern look totally different now. So they are tired in the morning. So they start here, tired, want to sleep late, don't want to wake up for school, is grumpy, have all kind of excuses. And then maybe like at 12 o'clock in the afternoon, their energy levels goes up. But when in the evening, so they might it also come down, but when at the time that they have to go to bed, where they are supposed to be here, if that is normal, their cortical levels goes up again. And I was wondering if it is because to go to sleep might imply lack of control. It might maybe be because a lot of trauma happen in the evening at home when they're not in the school. But obviously, if your cortisol levels goes up, it means that your stress in your body goes up just before you go to sleep. And then that keeps you awake. So it actually can lead to serious sleeping disorder, and most of sometimes even in primary school, definitely in teenage years, as part of the psychiatric intervention is serious sleep problems. Now, it's often then where they collapse in the end and start self-mutilating and so. So then they are on all kinds of medication to just help to get the sleep rhythm back. Startle response is one of the PTSD symptoms, toileting accidents, and also, especially if there's partly an attachment trouble, it's also intentionally urinating closets and unfamiliar places. Okay, we've talked about the fetus. Potty training is far behind, especially if they are from baby years exposed to trauma. Okay, I'm just going to talk about the ones that we have. Sexualized play, reenactment of events, very oppositional over small events like to get dressed or to take your dirty dishes to the kitchen, controlling behavior. Okay, public masturbation is one that we haven't talked about. So, yeah, it's not always that they have been sexually abused. Sometimes there's a suspicion of sexual abuse. Sometimes it's a way of self-soothing, a compulsive way of self-soothing. I was working with a child that the mother was extremely perfectionistic and everything had to be extremely neat and so, to an extent of being obsessive compulsive. And that created a lot of anxiety in the child if her stuff isn't perfect also. And her way of soothing herself was then to start masturbating. And then she did that also in the classroom, most probably unconsciously, but as a way to soothe whenever there's a stress situation that stresses her. Stuffing toilet paper in their pants, so odd behaviors, explicit sexual language. And like I said, parents, because of their own shame, might try to normalize this. Then nightmares, I think, is one of the big ways that we use in our assessment is the nightmares. Okay, so often if they don't show any outside behavior, it's very easily to say that the child is over the traumatic event or the trauma didn't influence the child in any way. But it's not true. No, it's not true because it's all suppressed in the unconscious where it still have a very huge influence, but sometimes children have a wonderful way of going on with normal life for a long time before symptoms show. All right, attacks towards other kids, now pinching, biting, hitting, strangling, like that one child that I said that almost, like really hurt her sister very much. And not just normal sibling rivalry. We all know that sibling rivalry do happen. It's a normal thing that happen, but this is different. This is to the extent that they will seriously hurt someone. And that is why I said earlier, actually, these children can never be left without supervision when they are on their own now because of the unpredictability of their behavior. Okay, so the psychological alterations of trauma might be confused with a child who is being spoiled. For example, that foster child that I said that wanted to sleep in the foster parent's bed. It has nothing to do with being spoiled. It has all to do with anxiety, especially at night. Okay, overly friendly physical expressions, almost that creepy behavior, caresses that feels creepy to an adult. Vomiting, so will get a clear sense of the child's not with you, the child's there, but the child's not there. So older kids can tell you that they are not here, they feel spaced out. Younger kids, you will just sense it non-verbally. Curling up in a fetal position, I've seen that also with adults, and I've seen that also with teenagers. Pupil dilation. So to summarize, we get the acting out kids that are more prone to fight. That's their first way of defense. All the behaviors that we've talked about that provide a sense of control. And then we get kids who flee. This is your kids that more are addicted to screens, and they fall apart if that they use the screen time as a way to escape and to flee. So if they are punished or they're not allowed screen time, you get sometimes that they run away from home. I saw that especially in COVID. But excessive screen time or self-harm. And then also stuff like eating disorders, addictions. Now, it's also a way to flee from reality, because while I'm starving my body or while I'm getting drunk, then I'm fleeing from the pain, the emotional pain, what I'm experiencing. All right. So it's important to add those, because we see that more and more. And I've had quite a few experiences of working with kids with eating disorders. Quite a complicated phenomenon, but also interesting. How and where did that start to develop now, and when does it manifest most? So there's an element of fleeing, but there's in dissociation, but there's also an element of self-punishment in it now. Your acting in kids, the dreamers, they will not dare, they are the compliant ones. Now, they will not want to become bad. They're always the good kids, the submissive kids. They try to control the environment by being good. So this is your little head boy and head girl that are almost too good to be true. And that makes me also concerned, because being a child, or being a healthy child will be a child that's sometimes good and sometimes not. Occasionally, they might show their scared part, and then both fight and flee sometimes goes into freeze. Now, so some kids are more prone to fight, others are more prone to flee. Sometimes they do both, but both category of kids who goes into fighting or fleeing will make use of freezing and immobilization if the hypervigilance didn't bring enough release. Okay. Developmental aspects. So each child has a very individualized way of showing their trauma responses. They each have a personal profile of signs and symptoms, and we need to assess this and get a list of that, and we will look at that more tomorrow with the questionnaire. To get a baseline, because if we don't have a baseline, how would we know when the child is better? Now, if we don't have a list of the current symptoms that we know of, the triggers, now, because if we have that, we can assess improvement. And often children, and this is the sad part, now, have lived so long with their stress responses that they don't even know what is abnormal. For them, it's normal. Often kids that live in these situations, it's only in the teenage years when they maybe get a bit more in other kids' houses that they pick up, but something's wrong in my home. Often they are also deprived of social interaction. That's part of the closed, rigid systems of this, function of a dysfunctional system, is that cut off and you're not allowed to in their secrecy. But they just don't know how it feels to be without the hypervigilance and the, all that trauma symptoms. Okay, so the behavior is most of the time not because of misbehavior. So the way in which the body reacts, allostasis is the name. What does allostasis mean? It's a body's process trying to stay stable during stressful events. So whatever the body needs to do in terms of fight, flight, freeze, submit, attach, secreting stress hormones, mobilizing the body to protect itself, or go into an immobilized situation where you act like a deer in headlights, or totally frozen, or act as you're dead, whatever need to happen to keep the body stable. Now, one is increased heart palpitations, the other one is a slower heartbeat. So it's actually the definition of allostasis is a complex system of brain and body chemicals that gets activated during high levels of stress or perceived danger. And then when the stress is gone, the body returns to baseline level. So multiple critical incidents over a short period of time, or intermittent unpredictable critical incidents, then lead to this complex reaction in body, mind, and emotions and behavior. And when a child is then constantly exposed to this, it leads to a child that we will say in our assessment is carrying a high allostatic load. And that's type of the children that we spoke about today, the whole day. So in terms of developmental programs, there's most of the time their development is behind in all levels. So daytime wetting, enuresis, encopresis, baby talk, using a dummy, and way beyond the normal age, memory problems, fantasies. It's interesting. So there are basically 3 ways, if you look at what the Jungian psychologists say, in which we've talked now about a lot of defenses, but three other type of categories. So one is to put the body in a trance. The second one to handle the pain is to escape into a fantasy life. So the fantasy can be that the child can fabulate it. So the child tell a story about their parents, their home, their belongings, the academic achievements, sport achievements. That's absolutely not true. That actually is the opposite. Again, the child easily being accused of lying, which is not true. Now, what is not what it's about, but it looks like lying. But apart from this, also escaping into a fantasy life, literally as a defense against the reality, living in a world of fantasy. Now, and magical thinking, way beyond the years of magical thinking. And the third one, so first one is to be in a trance, second one is to escape into a fantasy life. You get adults that still live like that now. A fantasy of sometimes like having infantile behavior in terms of, I don't have to take responsibility for myself. I am going to win the lotto. So I'm just using that as an example of someone that I know, but I mean, like it's kind of, like your chance to win the lotto if you play is something like, I don't know, 200 out of 250 million or something like that. No, maybe not even 200, maybe 50, I don't know, but no, but escaping in a fantasy. And the third one is addictions. No, so addictions, the self-medication of addictions that I've referred to today is another way of escaping the pain and regulating. Okay, yeah, and parents and teachers also. Some schools have very strong rules about it, but they humiliate the child and for regressed behavior, or you get part of emotional abuse is also indulging the behavior and infantilizing a child. So you see that in divorce cases. Now, the child at this, for example, with mommy or with daddy, don't need a dummy and a bottle, anything anymore. And then when the child goes to the other parent, the parent insists that the child drink the bottle or use the dummy or whatever the case. So intentionally keeping a child young and preventing a child from growing up is also emotional abuse. And then in terms of development, I think we've done most of that. Sexualized, we've done that. Social development, the play skills totally underdeveloped, intolerance of individual play, so that what you'll frequently hear is a child cannot at all play on his or her own. Parallel play is intrusive. Now, they don't understand. Parallel play is a typical phase of play, in children's play development, but they intrude because they don't understand boundaries and they don't understand their position in space. Cooperative play is totally disturbed. You can't play in a normal way, hide and seek or whatever with them. And that makes them unpopular. Lack of sharing, very egocentric. If I see two siblings that are both in the children's home, I can't see them at the same time because they fight so much about who's first. Even if we try the thing of let's take turns or, any kind of reasonable way to solve a problem, they fight for survival. That urge is just so big. They will just grab something from someone else if they want it way beyond the egocentric phase of 3, or they are extremely bossy, violent, constantly undressing dolls. And unfortunately, we said earlier today, they have to spend more time in and less time out. But if you talk to these kids, if you had a camera, what's happening at school and preschool specifically, you will see that they spend every day somewhere in the timeout corner. Okay,